Listen to me carefully. This prayer is not for everyone, but if you feel like something is blocking your life, if you try, you pray, you work, and yet nothing truly moves forward, stay here, because what you are experiencing may not be natural. Some struggles are not caused by lack of effort. Some delays are not coincidence. Some heaviness does not come from your mind. It comes from spiritual resistance. Have you ever felt like doors close for no clear reason? Like progress starts and suddenly stops? Like peace comes for a moment and then disappears again? Many people call this bad luck. Others say it's just a phase. But deep inside, you feel something is wrong. And that feeling is not random. There are evil bindings that operate silently. There are spiritual chains designed to slow you down, confuse you, drain your strength, and keep you stuck in cycles you did not choose. The enemy does not always attack loudly. Sometimes he binds quietly, and if you are here right now, it is not an accident. This prayer with Psalm 35, Psalm 70, and Psalm 91 is not a common prayer. It is a warfare prayer. A prayer to break what is hidden, confront what is unseen, and expose what has been working against you in silence. But here is what most people do not realize. Bindings only lose power when they are confronted with authority. Chains only break when light is brought into darkness. And that is exactly what is about to happen. Do not leave. Do not treat this as background sound. Stay until the end, because many people feel the strongest release when they least expect it, in the final moments of prayer. If something has been holding you back, if your spirit feels tired for no reason, if your life feels blocked, even though you are doing everything right, this prayer is for you. Stay here. What has been binding you is about to be confronted. Before we continue, I want you to understand where you are right now. This is not just a video. This is not just another prayer. You are standing in a place of faith, intercession, and spiritual warfare. Psalm 91, warfare is a community of believers who pray, stand, and fight together. Right now, more than 34,000 active intercessors from around the world are united here, praying daily, believing together, and declaring freedom, protection, and victory in Jesus' name. When you pray here, you are not praying alone. When you cry out here, you are not unheard. When you stand here, you are surrounded. This channel exists for moments like the one you are living right now, moments when you need covering, moments when you need strength, moments when you need God to intervene. And if you feel that this prayer speaks to you, then this is not coincidence. It is alignment. I invite you now to become part of this community of faith. Subscribe to the channel and join thousands of intercessors who believe that prayer is powerful, that God still fights battles, and that no chain is too strong to be broken. When you subscribe, you are choosing consistency in prayer, spiritual covering, a place to return when battles rise, and I ask you to engage with us. Write in the comments a simple declaration of faith. God is fighting my battles for me. You can also leave your prayer request below. This is a safe place, a place of agreement, faith, and intercession. You belong here. You are not alone. And together, we stand in prayer. Psalm 35 plus 70 plus 91. Break every evil binding and witchcraft. As we begin this moment of prayer, I ask you to slow down and become fully present. This is not something to rush. What we are about to do requires awareness, faith, and openness before God. You're not here by accident, and this moment is not random. There are times in life when the struggle feels heavier than usual. You do everything you know to do, yet progress feels blocked. You pray, you try to move forward, but something resists you. When this happens repeatedly, it is natural to feel confused, tired, and discouraged. But not every struggle is visible. Not every resistance is natural. Some opposition operates quietly. It does not always appear as chaos. Sometimes it appears as delay, sometimes as confusion, sometimes as repeated frustration without a clear cause. This is where spiritual discernment becomes important. The Word of God teaches us that battles are not always fought in the physical realm. There are moments when the root of the problem is spiritual, unseen, and hidden beneath what appears normal. When this happens, effort alone is not enough. What is needed is prayer with authority. Today we stand on that authority. Psalm 35 is a call for God to rise and contend against hidden enemies. It is a declaration that God Himself steps into the battle on behalf of His people. It reminds us that we are not meant to fight alone. Psalm 70 is a cry for urgent deliverance. It recognizes that when oppression becomes intense, we need God to act quickly and decisively. It gives language to desperation without shame. Psalm 91 declares protection. It reminds us that when we dwell in God's presence, no evil has the final word, no attack has permanent authority, no darkness can override divine covering. Together, these psalms form a strong foundation for breaking evil bindings, witchcraft, and every hidden work of the enemy. Before we go further, it is important to understand this clearly. God does not create fear in His children. God reveals truth to bring freedom. If something has been binding you, God reveals it not to scare you, but to release you. Many people carry spiritual weight without knowing why. They feel drained even after resting. They feel resistance even when doing the right things. They feel heaviness without explanation. Over time, this can affect emotions, decisions, and even faith. But what has been hidden is now being confronted. As we enter this prayer, you do not need perfect words. You do not need perfect faith. You only need willingness. God responds to hearts that are open, not to performance. Right now, God is drawing a line between what He has ordained for your life and what has been opposing it. This prayer is not about chasing darkness. It is about inviting light. Where light enters, darkness cannot remain. As we move forward, allow yourself to release control. You do not need to understand everything immediately. You do not need to explain what you feel. God already sees it. The purpose of this prayer is not to make you hyper-aware of evil. The purpose is to restore peace, clarity, and authority to your spirit. Evil loses power when it is exposed to God's truth. If you feel resistance even now, do not be alarmed. Resistance often appears when something is about to be broken. Stay present, stay focused, stay open. This is a moment of alignment. God is not distant. God is not silent. God is not passive. He is active, attentive, and powerful. As you continue listening, allow these truths to settle into your heart. This is not about fear. This is about freedom. This is not about what the enemy has done. This is about what God is doing now. You are not weak for needing this prayer. You are not late. You are not forgotten. You are standing at the beginning of release. As we continue, we will confront what has been working against you, not with emotion, but with authority rooted in God's word. Stay here. Do not rush ahead. What is unfolding is intentional. This is only the beginning. As we continue, it is important to understand how spiritual opposition often works. The enemy rarely announces himself openly. Most of the time, his strategy is subtle. He operates through confusion, discouragement, repeated delays, and silent resistance that slowly wears down the soul. This is why many people struggle without knowing why. They feel tired even after resting. They feel pressure even when life seems calm. They feel blocked even when they are doing everything right. These are not always emotional issues. Sometimes they are spiritual signals. Spiritual bindings are designed to restrict movement. They limit clarity. They interfere with peace. They attempt to disconnect a person from confidence, hope, and spiritual authority. Over time, if left unchallenged, these bindings can feel normal, but normal does not mean natural. God never intended His children to live under constant heaviness. Psalm 35 reminds us that God actively fights against those who fight against us. This means that whatever has been resisting your progress has not gone unnoticed. God sees it clearly, even when you cannot explain it. Psalm 70 acknowledges urgency. It teaches us that there are moments when delay is dangerous, when intervention is needed quickly. God is not offended by urgency. He responds to it when it is rooted in faith. Psalm 91 establishes the foundation of safety. It declares that no matter how dark the attack, protection is already in place for those who dwell in God's presence. This is not a hope, it is a promise. Together, these psalms confront opposition from three directions. God fights, God delivers, God protects. As we move deeper into this prayer, you may begin to recognize patterns in your life that suddenly make sense. Situations that felt random may now feel connected. This awareness is not meant to overwhelm you. It is meant to restore clarity. Clarity weakens the enemy. When confusion is removed, fear loses its grip. When fear loses power, faith becomes steady again. This is why the enemy works so hard to keep things unclear. But clarity is returning now. If you have felt spiritually distracted, unfocused, or disconnected lately, do not condemn yourself. Disconnection is often the result of pressure, not failure. God restores connection gently, not forcefully. Right now, this prayer is creating space. Space for peace to return. Space for clarity to rise. Space for God's voice to become recognizable again. You may feel a sense of inner resistance as we go forward. This does not mean something is wrong. Often, resistance appears when something hidden is being challenged. Stay present. Do not pull away. Do not distract yourself. Freedom requires attention. The enemy loses influence when he is confronted with truth. Truth does not argue. Truth stands, and God's word is truth. As you listen, allow your heart to align with what is being declared. You do not need to repeat everything out loud. Agreement begins internally. God honors agreement that comes from sincerity. This is not a moment for fear. This is a moment for alignment. God is not exposing darkness to glorify it. He is exposing it to remove it. What is revealed is losing its authority right now. You are not powerless. You are not defenseless. You are not alone. God's presence is not distant. It is active in this very moment. As we continue, prepare your heart for confrontation, not confrontation driven by emotion, but by divine authority. What has been binding you cannot remain unchallenged. Stay here. What has been resisting you is being addressed. As we move deeper into this prayer, it is important to understand that spiritual warfare is not driven by fear, but by authority. Fear confuses the heart, but authority brings stability. God never reveals opposition to intimidate his people. He reveals it to remind them that he is present and active. Many people assume that resistance means something is wrong with them, but often resistance appears because something is being challenged. When truth enters, what was hidden reacts. When light increases, darkness loses comfort. This does not mean the enemy is strong. It means the light is working. Psalm 35 shows us that God does not remain passive when his children are opposed. He takes responsibility for the battle. He rises, he intervenes, and he contends on behalf of those who trust him. This is not about human effort. It is about divine justice. Psalm 70 teaches us that urgency has a place in prayer. There are moments when waiting silently is not faith, and crying out is not weakness. God responds when his children ask for help with sincerity and trust. Psalm 91 anchors everything in protection. It reminds us that even while confrontation is happening, fear does not belong here. Protection is not something we earn. It is something we dwell in. When we remain in God's presence, his covering becomes our environment. As these truths settle into your spirit, you may begin to sense a quiet shift. not necessarily emotional, but internal, a sense of grounding, a sense of calm where tension once existed. This is how God often works, gently, deeply, and intentionally. Do not rush what is happening. Spiritual bindings rarely collapse all at once. They weaken as truth replaces confusion. They loosen as peace replaces fear. What once felt constant begins to lose its hold. If distractions try to pull your attention away right now, gently return. Remaining present matters. Attention keeps alignment strong. You are not forcing anything. You are simply staying open. God is not asking you to fight aggressively. He is asking you to stand confidently. Standing in truth removes pressure. Standing in faith restores peace. Standing in God's word allows Him to do what only He can do. You do not need to understand every detail. You do not need to name every attack. You only need to remain aligned with God's presence. Nothing that has been binding you is stronger than His authority. No word spoken against you has more power than His word. No hidden work can remain hidden when light is present. As we continue, let this truth settle in your heart. Let it become a quiet declaration of trust. Many people, right at this point, choose to seal that trust in a simple way by saying it out loud or writing it below. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that declaration remain with you as we move forward. As we continue, this is a moment to slow your thoughts and allow truth to replace confusion. Many people underestimate how much confusion weakens the spirit. Confusion drains energy. Confusion creates fear. Confusion keeps people reacting instead of standing firm. That is why one of the enemy's main strategies is not always attack, but distortion. When clarity is removed, strength begins to fade. You may have noticed that over time, your thoughts became heavier. Decisions felt harder. Simple things required more effort than before. This does not mean you lost faith. It often means pressure was applied quietly, little by little, until resistance felt normal. But God never intended confusion to become your environment. Psalm 35 reveals something powerful. God does not wait for His children to be completely overwhelmed before He intervenes. He acts when injustice rises. He acts when opposition becomes unfair. He steps into situations where strength alone is no longer enough. This means that what you have been facing is not invisible to Him. Psalm 70 speaks to moments when pressure reaches a point where silence no longer makes sense. It is a psalm that gives permission to cry out. It teaches us that urgency does not offend God when it is rooted in trust. Sometimes asking God to act quickly is an expression of faith, not impatience. Psalm 91 brings balance to everything. It reminds us that while confrontation is happening, fear does not belong here. God's protection is not fragile. It does not collapse under pressure. It remains steady even when circumstances are unstable. As these psalms work together, something important begins to happen internally. Awareness replaces confusion. Calm replaces tension. Authority replaces fear. This shift is not dramatic, but it is real. You may feel moments of resistance as this clarity increases. Resistance often appears when something hidden begins to lose influence. Do not interpret resistance as failure. Resistance is often a sign that something is being challenged. What is challenged cannot remain unchanged. Spiritual bindings depend on silence, confusion, and distraction. When attention is focused and truth is present, their influence weakens. This is why staying present right now matters more than you realize. You are not required to analyze every sensation. You are not required to label every thought. You are simply invited to remain open. Openness allows God to work without interference. As we move forward, understand this clearly. Nothing that has been opposing you has legal authority over your life. Authority belongs to God. Any influence that contradicts his will is temporary, no matter how long it has existed. Time does not equal permission. Many people assume that because something has lasted a long time, it must be permanent. But Scripture teaches us that long-standing opposition can still be broken in a moment when confronted with truth and authority. This is why this prayer matters. You may begin to notice that certain fears lose intensity. Thoughts that once looped endlessly begin to slow. Pressure that once felt constant becomes intermittent. These are not coincidences. They are indicators that influence is shifting. God often works progressively, not abruptly. He restores stability before he restores movement. Stability protects what is coming next. If you feel moments of calm right now, do not dismiss them. Calm is not emptiness. Calm is space. Space allows God to rebuild clarity, confidence, and peace. This is also a moment to release self-blame. Many people carry unnecessary guilt, assuming they should have been stronger, more discerning, or more faithful. But pressure does not mean failure. It means resistance was applied. God does not accuse his children when they are under pressure. He defends them. As we continue, allow your body to relax as well. Spiritual pressure often manifests physically. Tension in the shoulders, tightness in the chest, restlessness in the mind. God's presence brings rest not only to the spirit, but to the whole being. You are safe in this moment. If your thoughts wander, gently bring them back. You are not forcing focus. You are choosing awareness. Awareness keeps alignment strong. God is not asking you to confront darkness directly. He is asking you to remain in his presence while he confronts it. This removes pressure from you and places responsibility where it belongs. He fights, he delivers, he protects. As this understanding settles, many people naturally begin to affirm trust without even thinking about it. Sometimes it comes as a quiet thought, sometimes as a whisper, sometimes as a declaration in the heart. For many, it becomes as simple as acknowledging a truth that feels steady rather than emotional. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that truth remain with you, not as a slogan, but as an anchor. As we move toward the next part of this prayer, remember this: clarity is returning, resistance is weakening, and peace is being restored step by step. Nothing that has been binding you can remain untouched by God's authority. Stay present, stay open. What is happening now is preparing the way for release. As we continue, this is a moment to address something many people rarely talk about: the way spiritual pressure slowly reshapes how we think. Long before a person feels overwhelmed, their thoughts begin to narrow. Options feel limited, hope feels conditional, confidence feels fragile. This is not because faith disappeared, but because pressure was applied consistently. Pressure does not always come as crisis. Sometimes it comes as repetition, repeated disappointment, repeated delay, repeated resistance. Over time, the soul learns to brace itself. It expects obstruction. It prepares for frustration. And without realizing it, peace becomes something you visit rather than something you live in. But this is not how God designed your inner life. Psalm 35 reveals that God is attentive to prolonged injustice. He does not ignore patterns of opposition. He responds not only to single attacks, but to ongoing resistance. This matters because many people assume that if something has lasted a long time, it must be permitted. Scripture tells us otherwise. Opposition lasting long does not make it legitimate. Psalm 70 reminds us that God understands urgency when the weight becomes too much. There are moments when asking God to act quickly is not impatience, but wisdom. It is the recognition that pressure has reached a point where intervention is necessary. Psalm 91 anchors us again in safety. It tells us that even while pressure tries to shape thought patterns, God's presence remains the stronger influence. Protection is not only external, it is internal. It guards the mind, as much as it guards circumstances. As these truths settle, you may notice your thoughts beginning to loosen. The grip of constant anticipation weakens. You feel less compelled to predict outcomes. This is important. When the need to predict fades, trust grows naturally. God is not asking you to ignore reality. He's teaching you not to be ruled by it. Spiritual bindings often operate by shaping expectation. They teach the mind to expect limitation, loss, or delay. When expectation is shaped this way, even opportunity feels risky. But God is restoring a healthier expectation, one rooted in trust rather than fear. This restoration begins quietly. You may feel moments of relief without knowing why. You may feel less urgency to fix everything immediately. You may feel a subtle confidence returning. These are not emotional tricks. They are signs that influence is shifting. God often restores the inner world before changing the outer one. As we move forward, allow yourself to release the habit of over-monitoring your thoughts. You do not need to correct every feeling. You do not need to analyze every reaction. Awareness does not require control. It requires presence. Presence keeps alignment steady. If fear tries to whisper that calm means vulnerability, remember this: calm in God's presence is strength, not weakness. It is confidence that does not need to prove itself. This is where many people experience an important shift. They stop asking, "What if this goes wrong?" and begin asking, "How is God guiding me through this?" That change in question changes everything. God is not absent in uncertainty. He is active within it. As the prayer continues, you may begin to sense that old narratives lose credibility. Narratives like "nothing ever changes," or "this is just how life is," or "I will always struggle with this." These narratives were formed under pressure. They are not truth. Truth does not imprison. Truth liberates. Psalm 91 tells us that those who dwell in God's presence are not defined by fear. Fear may knock, but it does not decide. This dwelling is not physical location. It is relational posture. Staying connected, staying open, staying aware. If your mind tries to drift back into worry, gently return to the present moment. You are not suppressing anything. You are choosing where to place attention. Attention shapes influence. God's influence is stronger than any opposing force. As this understanding deepens, many people find themselves naturally affirming trust. Not loudly, not dramatically, but sincerely. It becomes a steady acknowledgement that replaces anxiety. For many, it sounds like this: God is fighting my battles for me. This is not denial of struggle, it is recognition of authority. Let that recognition settle into your heart. You do not need to repeat it constantly. You simply allow it to remain. As we approach the next stage of this prayer, remember that what shapes your inner world shapes your outer life. God is restoring clarity, not to overwhelm you with decisions, but to give you peace within them. Pressure is losing its ability to define you. Resistance is losing its ability to confuse you. Peace is returning to its rightful place. Stay present, stay open. What is being restored now will support what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address how spiritual pressure affects identity. Over time, resistance does more than block progress. It attempts to redefine who you believe you are. It whispers subtle lies, not loudly, but persistently. Lies that suggest you are limited, overlooked, or destined to struggle longer than others. These lies are not truth. They are symptoms of opposition. When pressure remains unchecked, identity can begin to shrink. Confidence becomes conditional. Hope becomes cautious. Faith becomes something you protect rather than something you live in. God never intended your identity to be shaped by resistance. Psalm 35 reveals that God does not only confront enemies, He defends His people's dignity. He stands against anything that tries to diminish what He has spoken over your life. This means that every attempt to weaken your confidence has already been noticed. Psalm 70 reminds us that God responds when the weight becomes too heavy. It teaches us that urgency can coexist with trust. You are allowed to say, "Lord, I need you to act," without fear of being misunderstood by God. Psalm 91 anchors identity in belonging. It declares that those who dwell in God's presence are not exposed, forgotten, or vulnerable. They are covered, they are seen, they are known. This belonging restores stability to the soul. As these truths settle, you may notice a shift in how you speak to yourself internally. The inner critic loses volume. Self-blame softens. You become less harsh with yourself. This is not weakness, it is healing. Healing restores identity. You may also notice that comparison loses influence. When identity is stable, comparison becomes irrelevant. You stop measuring your journey against others. You recognize that God's work in your life is specific, intentional, and unfolding at the right pace. Spiritual bindings often thrive on comparison. They convince you that you are behind, late, or lacking. But God's timeline is not competitive, it is purposeful. As identity stabilizes, clarity returns. You begin to see that many of the conclusions you formed about yourself were formed under pressure. They were not reflections of truth, they were adaptations to stress. God is gently dismantling those adaptations now. This process may feel unfamiliar. When you have lived under pressure for a long time, peace can feel strange at first. You may wonder if something is missing. But what you are experiencing is not absence. It is safety. Safety allows identity to expand again. As we continue, allow yourself to receive this truth without argument. You are not defined by what resisted you. You are defined by who God says you are. Resistance does not get to write your story. If thoughts try to pull you back into old self-definitions, gently redirect them. You are not fighting thoughts. You are choosing alignment. Alignment reshapes identity naturally. God is not rebuilding you from nothing. He is restoring what was always there. This restoration does not require effort. It requires openness. You do not need to become someone new. You need to return to who you were before pressure distorted perspective. As identity strengthens, fear loses leverage. Fear often targets identity first because identity determines choices. When identity is secure, fear becomes noise rather than instruction. You may notice that decisions feel less heavy now. You trust your discernment more. You feel less pressure to explain yourself. These are signs that authority is returning to its proper place. Authority does not shout, it stands. As this understanding deepens, many people find themselves naturally affirming trust again. Not as a ritual, but as recognition. A recognition that feels steady and grounding. Often it sounds like a simple acknowledgement that settles rather than excites. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain with you as a truth that supports identity rather than a phrase you repeat mechanically. As we approach the next part of this prayer, remember that what God restores internally will eventually reflect externally. Identity influences decisions. Decisions influence direction. Direction influences outcomes. God is restoring identity, not to rush you forward, but to ground you so that when movement comes, it is stable. Stay present. Stay open. What is being restored now will support what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address how spiritual pressure affects direction. When resistance lasts, it does not only attack peace or identity, it tries to confuse direction. People begin to question their choices, doubt their discernment, and hesitate at moments that once felt clear. Confusion about direction is one of the enemy's quiet tools. When direction feels unclear, movement slows. When movement slows, frustration grows. Over time, people may stop trusting their ability to move forward at all. God never intended confusion to guide your steps. Psalm 35 shows us that God actively clears the path for his people. He confronts what stands in the way. He removes obstacles that human strength cannot move. This reminds us that blocked paths are not final paths. Psalm 70 speaks to moments when urgency arises because delay has caused harm. There are times when clarity must return quickly. God responds to honest cries for help, especially when confusion has lingered too long. Psalm 91 anchors direction in safety. It tells us that when we dwell in God's presence, even uncertain steps are covered. Protection does not require perfect clarity. It requires trust. As these psalms work together, direction begins to untangle. You may not suddenly know every answer, but you begin to feel less lost. Confusion loosens its grip. Pressure to rush decisions fades. Calm returns to the decision-making process. This is important. God rarely restores direction by overwhelming us with information. He restores it by restoring peace. Peace creates space for wisdom to emerge. You may notice that you feel less pressured to justify your choices, less anxious about making mistakes. This is not carelessness. It is confidence returning. Confidence does not mean you will never question. It means questions no longer paralyze you. Spiritual bindings often target direction by creating fear of error. They whisper that every choice could be disastrous. But God does not guide through intimidation. He guides through peace. As we continue, allow yourself to release the fear of getting it wrong. God is more committed to guiding you than you are to following him. He does not abandon sincere hearts mid-step. If uncertainty surfaces, acknowledge it without panic. Uncertainty is not failure. It is a place where trust deepens. God's presence fills gaps that knowledge cannot. As clarity returns, you may begin to notice subtle prompts, a sense of "this feels right," a quiet resistance to what once seemed necessary. These impressions are not dramatic, but they are meaningful. Do not rush to analyze them. Let them settle. God often confirms direction through consistency rather than intensity. What remains peaceful over time is often aligned. As we move forward, remember that direction is not only about future decisions. It is also about current posture. How you respond today shapes where you arrive tomorrow. You do not need to solve your entire future now. You need to remain present and aligned. This alignment often expresses itself in small ways. You choose rest instead of anxiety. You choose prayer instead of overthinking. You choose trust instead of control. These choices realign direction naturally. As direction stabilizes, many people experience a quiet reassurance that feels grounding rather than exciting. It is not a rush of emotion. It is a sense of being guided. That sense is valuable. God is not silent. He speaks in ways that bring peace, not panic. If something produces constant anxiety, it is not coming from him. Psalm 91 reminds us that safety surrounds even the steps we take while learning. You are protected while you grow. You are covered while clarity forms. If past mistakes try to resurface now, release them. God does not guide by replaying failure. He guides by renewing perspective. As this understanding deepens, many people feel a renewed willingness to move again, not impulsively, but confidently. They feel less frozen by fear, less trapped by indecision. Movement does not need to be fast to be faithful. You may feel prompted to take small steps, a conversation, a boundary, a decision you have been postponing. These steps matter. God honors movement rooted in peace. As this block continues, let direction remain gentle. You do not need to force clarity. Clarity grows where peace is honored. Many people at this point naturally affirm trust in a way that feels steady and grounding. It becomes less about words and more about posture. Often it settles into a simple acknowledgement that feels true rather than dramatic. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that truth accompany you as direction continues to restore. It is not a declaration of conflict. It is a declaration of confidence. As we approach the next stage of this prayer, remember that clarity is returning, fear is loosening, and direction is becoming stable again. Stay present, stay open. What is being restored now will guide what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address something many people feel but rarely name: the weight of spiritual exhaustion. This kind of exhaustion is not simply physical tiredness. It is the fatigue that comes from long seasons of resistance, from carrying pressure without relief, from feeling like every step requires more effort than it should. Spiritual exhaustion does not mean you are weak. It means you have been carrying too much for too long. When pressure persists, the soul can begin to operate in survival mode. You do what is necessary, but joy feels distant. You remain faithful, but rest feels incomplete. Over time, even prayer can feel heavy, not because God is distant, but because exhaustion has dulled expectation. God never intended prayer to become a burden. Psalm 35 reminds us that God steps in when injustice becomes overwhelming. He does not ask his children to fight endlessly without support. He intervenes when resistance threatens to crush hope. Psalm 70 gives voice to the cry of the exhausted heart. It teaches us that asking God to hurry is not irreverent when the weight has become too heavy. God responds to honest desperation that trusts his power. Psalm 91 restores rest. It tells us that dwelling in God's presence is not effort, it is refuge. Refuge is where strength returns. Refuge is where vigilance can relax. Refuge is where the soul remembers what safety feels like. As these psalms work together, exhaustion begins to lift. Not all at once, but gradually. You may feel moments of relief that feel unfamiliar. That is okay. When you have been tired for a long time, rest can feel strange at first. Do not resist rest, receive it. Spiritual bindings often rely on exhaustion to remain effective. When a person is tired, they are less likely to challenge resistance. They begin to accept limitation as normal. God is breaking that cycle now by restoring strength. Strength does not always arrive as energy. Sometimes it arrives as peace. Peace quiets the need to strive. Peace allows the body and mind to recover. Peace restores perspective so that problems no longer feel endless. As we continue, allow yourself to stop bracing for impact. You do not need to stay tense to stay protected. God's protection does not depend on your vigilance. It depends on His faithfulness. You may notice your body responding before your mind fully understands. Breathing deepens, muscles relax, thoughts slow. These are not coincidences. They are signs that safety is being recognized internally. God is restoring safety. If guilt tries to arise for feeling tired, release it. There is no shame in exhaustion. There is only an invitation to rest. God does not measure faith by how much you endure without relief. He measures faith by trust. Trust allows rest. As exhaustion lifts, clarity often follows. You may begin to see that many decisions were made under pressure rather than peace. God does not condemn those decisions. He simply invites you to make new ones from a place of rest. Rest changes how we choose. You may notice that certain obligations feel lighter now, others feel unnecessary. This discernment is part of restoration. God helps you distinguish between what is required and what is draining. This discernment protects energy. As we continue, understand this. Rest does not mean retreat. Rest means renewal. Renewal prepares you to move forward without repeating cycles of burnout. God is not restoring you so you can return to exhaustion. He is restoring you so you can live differently. If fear whispers that rest will make you vulnerable, reject that lie. Rest in God's presence strengthens awareness. It sharpens discernment. It does not weaken it. Psalm 91 makes this clear. Those who dwell in God's presence are not exposed. They are covered. Covering does not disappear when you rest. It deepens. As peace settles, many people experience a quiet realization that feels grounding. They recognize that they have not been abandoned, overlooked, or forgotten. They have been sustained even in exhaustion. That realization often forms into a simple, steady acknowledgement. Not dramatic, but sincere. God is fighting my battles for me. This acknowledgement does not deny weariness, it reframes it. It shifts responsibility away from self-reliance and places it back where it belongs, with God. Let that truth remain with you as we move forward. You do not need to repeat it constantly. You allow it to support you like a foundation supports a house. As this block comes to a close, remember this. Exhaustion is not your identity. It is a condition that God is healing. Strength is returning. Rest is being restored. Peace is becoming your environment again. Stay present. Stay open. What is being restored now will sustain what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address the fear of relapse, the quiet worry that what is being restored might not last. Many people carry this fear silently. They have experienced moments of relief before, only to feel pressure return later. Over time, that pattern teaches the heart to hope cautiously, but cautious hope is not the same as weak faith. It is faith that has been tested. God understands this fear. He does not shame it. He heals it by restoring stability rather than temporary relief. What God is doing now is not a short interruption of pressure. It is a restructuring of the inner foundation. Psalm 35 reminds us that God does not fight partially. When he contends thoroughly. He does not only remove what is visible, he addresses what has allowed resistance to persist. This is important because lasting freedom requires more than momentary release. Psalm 70 speaks to the urgency of now. It teaches us that when God acts, timing matters. Delay does not strengthen deliverance. Obedience does. When God brings clarity and release, he invites us to remain aligned with it rather than waiting for pressure to return. Psalm 91 anchors freedom in dwelling. Dwelling is the key to sustainability. Freedom maintained through dwelling does not depend on emotion. It depends on presence. Presence remains even when feelings fluctuate. As these truths settle, the fear of relapse begins to lose its hold. You may notice that your mind stops scanning constantly for signs of trouble. You become less vigilant in unhealthy ways. This does not mean you are careless. It means trust is replacing tension. Trust is not blindness. Trust is confidence in God's consistency. Spiritual bindings often regain influence when people return to fear-based vigilance. God is teaching you a different posture now. Awareness without anxiety, discernment without obsession, faith without strain. This posture is sustainable. You may begin to feel a sense of steadiness that does not depend on circumstances. Even if challenges arise, they do not immediately destabilize you. This is not denial, it is maturity. Mature faith does not panic when pressure appears. It responds with clarity. As we continue, allow yourself to release the expectation that freedom must feel dramatic to be real. God often establishes lasting freedom quietly. Quiet foundations endure storms better than dramatic moments. If your thoughts drift toward, "What if this comes back?" gently redirect them. You are not suppressing fear, you are replacing it with truth. Truth does not argue, it remains. God's presence remains. As this stability grows, you may notice changes in how you respond to stress. You pause instead of reacting. You pray instead of spiraling. You wait instead of forcing outcomes. These responses are signs that influence has shifted. God is restoring governance over your inner life. Governance means you are no longer ruled by pressure. It means peace has authority again. Psalm 91 reminds us that protection is not seasonal. It does not turn on and off. It surrounds consistently. This consistency removes the need to constantly check whether you are safe. You are safe. As the fear of relapse fades, gratitude often emerges naturally. Gratitude for rest, gratitude for clarity, gratitude for stability. Gratitude reinforces trust. Trust reinforces freedom. You may also notice that your relationship with prayer changes. Prayer feels less urgent and more relational, less like a lifeline and more like a connection. This shift is healthy. God does not want you praying only from desperation. He invites you to pray from relationship. Relationship sustains freedom. As we continue, remember this. Freedom does not require constant monitoring. It requires consistency in presence. Presence keeps alignment intact even when attention shifts temporarily. God does not abandon you when your focus wavers. He remains. This realization brings relief. You are not responsible for maintaining perfection. You are invited to remain receptive. Receptiveness allows God to continue working beyond what you notice consciously. As stability deepens, many people feel a quiet assurance forming. Not excitement, not intensity, just assurance. Assurance that God is involved, attentive, and committed. That assurance often settles into a simple acknowledgement that feels grounded rather than emotional. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain as a foundation. Foundations do not require constant reinforcement. They support quietly. As this block comes to a close, understand this clearly. What God is restoring now is meant to last. Not because circumstances will never change, but because your relationship with God is being strengthened. Pressure no longer has the same access. Fear no longer has the same authority. Peace is becoming stable. Stay present. Stay open. What is being established now will carry you forward. As we continue, this is a moment to address how restored peace begins to reshape daily life. Freedom is not only measured by what no longer attacks you, but by how you live when pressure is no longer in control. Many people do not realize how much of their routine was shaped by defense rather than intention. When pressure ruled, choices were reactive. When fear guided, decisions were cautious. When exhaustion lingered, life narrowed. God is widening that space again. Psalm 35 shows us that when God contends for his people, the outcome is not only relief from opposition, but restoration of dignity and movement. God does not remove resistance just so life can return to survival mode. He removes it so life can expand again. Psalm 70 reminds us that deliverance creates momentum. When God acts, he invites response. Not frantic action, but intentional alignment. Momentum is not rushing ahead, it is moving with clarity. Psalm 91 anchors daily life in consistency. Dwelling is not a special moment reserved for prayer time. It becomes a posture that shapes how you wake up, how you respond, and how you rest. As these psalms continue to work together, you may notice that small moments begin to feel lighter. Ordinary tasks no longer carry the same weight. Conversations feel less draining. Silence feels safer. These shifts matter because they indicate that peace is no longer temporary. Temporary peace requires protection. Sustained peace creates freedom. You may also notice that boundaries become clearer. Things you once tolerated now feel unnecessary. This is not impatience. It is discernment returning. Discernment protects peace without aggression. God does not require you to confront everything. He teaches you what no longer deserves access. As daily life becomes more stable, you may feel a renewed sense of responsibility. Not pressure, but stewardship. Stewardship of peace. Stewardship of time. Stewardship of attention. These are signs of maturity, not burden. Maturity does not weigh you down. It steadies you. Spiritual bindings often try to re-enter through old habits, not dramatic attacks, but subtle invitations to overthink, overcommit, or overreact. Awareness helps you recognize these invitations without fear. Recognition is power. As we continue, allow yourself to choose simplicity where possible. Simplicity is not lack, it is clarity. It removes unnecessary strain and preserves energy for what matters. God is not asking you to do more. He is teaching you to do what matters with peace. As peace becomes integrated into daily rhythm, confidence begins to grow naturally. Confidence not rooted in control, but in trust. Trust that God is involved not only in crisis, but in routine. This trust changes how you approach challenges. Challenges become situations to navigate, not threats to survive. This shift reduces anxiety and restores perspective. If moments of doubt arise, do not be alarmed. Doubt does not cancel progress. It simply reveals areas where trust is still strengthening. God meets you there patiently. Psalm 91 reminds us again that protection is not something we activate. It is something we remain within. Remaining does not require effort. It requires consistency. Consistency creates stability. As stability grows, you may feel less compelled to explain your journey to others. You no longer need validation to feel secure. This is not isolation, it is confidence. Confidence frees you from comparison. As this block continues, let gratitude surface naturally. Gratitude for rest, gratitude for clarity, gratitude for safety. Gratitude reinforces alignment without pressure. You do not need to manufacture gratitude. You simply allow recognition. Recognition that God has been faithful even in resistance. Recognition that you were sustained even when tired. Recognition that peace is returning steadily. Many people find that at this point, a simple acknowledgement forms again, not as a defense, but as an expression of trust that feels grounded and sincere. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain present as you move through daily life. It does not demand repetition, it supports quietly. As we approach the next stage of this prayer, remember this: restoration is not only about what God removes, but about what He rebuilds. He is rebuilding rhythm, confidence, and peace. Your days are becoming lighter. Your responses are becoming steadier. Your trust is becoming deeper. Stay present. Stay open. What is being restored now is becoming your new normal. As we continue, this is a moment to address the restoration of confidence after long seasons of restraint. When life has felt blocked for an extended period, confidence often becomes cautious. People learn to expect resistance. They learn to celebrate small victories quietly, afraid that larger steps might awaken opposition again. God understands this hesitation. He does not rush confidence back. He rebuilds it steadily. Psalm 35 shows us that when God contends for His people, He clears space for movement. Not reckless movement, but purposeful steps that are no longer dictated by fear. God removes opposition so His children can move freely again. Psalm 70 reminds us that deliverance often brings urgency, but urgency does not require haste. God's timing invites readiness, not panic. Confidence grows when readiness replaces fear. Psalm 91 anchors confidence in protection. Confidence that is rooted in safety does not need to prove itself. It does not need to rush. It moves forward, knowing that covering remains intact. As these psalms work together, confidence begins to return quietly. You may notice it in small ways. You speak with more clarity. You hesitate less. You trust your instincts again. These shifts may seem subtle, but they are significant. Confidence restored by God is not arrogance. It is alignment. Alignment allows you to move without constantly checking for danger. It frees you from overanalyzing every decision. It restores a sense of permission to try, to choose, to move forward. Spiritual bindings often restrict confidence by creating fear of consequence. They whisper that progress will be punished, that movement will trigger loss. God dismantles these lies by re-establishing safety. Safety restores courage. As courage returns, you may feel drawn to things you once avoided: opportunities, conversations, responsibilities. This does not mean you must pursue everything immediately. It simply means fear is losing its authority. You are no longer moving to avoid pain, you are moving toward purpose. As we continue, allow yourself to notice how your body responds to this restoration. Shoulders relax, breathing deepens, posture shifts. The body often recognizes confidence before the mind fully names it. God restores the whole person. If doubts arise, do not fight them aggressively. Doubts often appear when old patterns are being replaced. Acknowledge them and let truth respond. Truth does not argue, it remains steady. Truth reminds you that you are protected. Truth reminds you that you are guided. Truth reminds you that you are not moving alone. As confidence stabilizes, you may feel less pressure to explain yourself to others. You trust your path without constant validation. This is not isolation. It is grounded assurance. Grounded assurance frees you from comparison. Psalm 91 teaches us that those who dwell in God's presence are not shaken by external noise. Noise loses its influence when inner confidence is stable. As this block continues, allow gratitude to rise naturally. Gratitude for restored confidence. Gratitude for renewed clarity. Gratitude for safety that does not fluctuate with circumstances. Gratitude reinforces trust. Trust reinforces movement. As movement becomes possible again, God invites you to move intentionally, not driven by urgency, but guided by peace. Peace does not rush. Peace chooses wisely. If you feel prompted to take a step forward, small or large, hold that prompting gently. You do not need to act immediately. You allow clarity to confirm it over time. God confirms direction through peace, not pressure. As confidence returns, the future begins to feel less threatening. Uncertainty no longer feels like danger. It feels like possibility. This shift is important because it opens space for hope to expand. Hope is not optimism. Hope is expectation anchored in God's faithfulness. As we approach the end of this block, many people notice that confidence no longer feels fragile. It feels supported by trust rather than control. That support often expresses itself in a simple acknowledgement that feels calm and sincere, not emotional or forced. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain with you as confidence continues to rebuild. It is not a statement of conflict. It is a statement of assurance. As we move toward the next stage of this prayer, remember this: confidence restored by God does not fade easily. It is rooted in safety, guided by peace, and sustained by presence. You are moving forward again, not rushed, not afraid, but steady. Stay present, stay open. What is being restored now is preparing you for what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address the restoration of hope after long seasons of delay. Delay has a way of quietly reshaping expectation. Over time, people learn not to expect too much, not to ask for too much, not to believe for too much. Hope becomes guarded. Faith becomes careful. But guarded hope is not the kind of hope God intends. Psalm 35 shows us that God is not indifferent to prolonged resistance. When injustice persists, He rises. He does not wait for hope to disappear before He acts. He intervenes while hope is still present, even if it feels faint. Psalm 70 speaks directly to moments when waiting has stretched thin. It gives language to urgency without shame. It reminds us that asking God to act now is not impatience when delay has already taken its toll. Psalm 91 anchors hope in protection. Hope does not grow well in fear. It grows in safety. When the soul feels protected, expectation begins to breathe again. As these psalms work together, hope begins to reawaken gently. Not as excitement, not as adrenaline, but as quiet expectation. You may notice yourself thinking about the future without immediately bracing for disappointment. This shift matters. Hope returning does not mean you forget the past. It means the past no longer dictates the future. Spiritual bindings often attack hope because hope fuels movement. When hope is diminished, people stop trying. They stop believing that change is possible. God is restoring hope now, not by denying what you endured, but by reminding you of what is still possible. Hope restored by God is not naive. It is resilient. As resilience grows, you may notice that disappointment loses some of its authority. You remember past setbacks without being controlled by them. You can acknowledge pain without assuming it will repeat. This is healing. Healing allows hope to stabilize. You may also notice that prayer begins to feel lighter again, less heavy with urgency, more open to expectation. Prayer becomes less about survival and more about alignment. This change indicates that hope is becoming active again. Active hope listens. Active hope waits with trust. Active hope does not rush. As we continue, allow yourself to release the belief that hope must be protected from disappointment by staying small. God does not ask you to limit expectation to stay safe. He offers safety so expectation can grow. If fear whispers that hoping again is risky, remember this. God does not restore hope to abandon it. He restores it to sustain it. Psalm 91 reminds us that safety is not conditional. It does not disappear when you hope. It surrounds hope and protects it. As hope strengthens, you may feel drawn to envisioning what could be possible again. Not in detail, not in pressure, but in openness. You allow the future to feel less threatening and more unknown in a healthy way. Unknown does not mean unsafe. Unknown simply means unfolding. God works in unfolding seasons. As this block continues, notice how your inner language shifts. Words like never and always begin to lose influence. You stop making permanent conclusions based on temporary experiences. This is a sign that hope is reclaiming space. Spiritual bindings often rely on absolute conclusions. God replaces them with trust in process. Trust in process does not mean passivity, it means patience with expectation. You may also notice that gratitude and hope begin to coexist. Gratitude for what has been restored, hope for what is coming. These two together create stability. Stability supports expectation without strain. As hope returns, some people feel prompted to re-engage with things they once loved. Creative expression, learning, serving. These are not distractions. They are signs of life returning to areas that were dormant under pressure. God restores life where pressure restricted it. As this restoration unfolds, you may find yourself quietly acknowledging trust again, not as a defense against fear, but as an expression of alignment. For many, this acknowledgement surfaces naturally and gently, something like, God is fighting my battles for me. This acknowledgement supports hope without forcing it. It reminds the heart that it does not carry the future alone. As we move toward the next part of this prayer, remember this: hope restored by God is not fragile. It is patient. It is grounded. It does not demand immediate results to remain alive. You are allowed to hope again. You're allowed to expect again. You're allowed to believe that change is still possible. Stay present. Stay open. What is being restored now is preparing you to receive what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address the restoration of spiritual authority, the quiet confidence that returns when fear no longer dictates reactions. Authority is not loud. It is not aggressive. True authority is calm, steady, and grounded in truth. When pressure ruled, reactions were automatic. You responded quickly, often defensively. Your nervous system stayed alert, always preparing for the next challenge. Over time, that posture becomes exhausting. God did not design you to live on constant alert. Psalm 35 reveals that authority does not come from striving, it comes from alignment. God contends so his people can stand without strain. When he steps into the battle, his children are released from the burden of constant defense. Psalm 70 acknowledges moments when authority feels urgent to reclaim. There are seasons when pressure has crossed a line and clarity must return quickly. God responds to urgency when it is rooted in trust, not panic. Psalm 91 anchors authority in dwelling. Dwelling produces confidence that does not fluctuate with circumstances. When you remain in God's presence, you do not need to assert authority loudly. It is already established. As these psalms work together, authority begins to feel natural again. You may notice that your reactions slow. You pause before responding. You choose silence where you once felt compelled to explain. This is not avoidance, it is discernment. Discernment protects peace. Spiritual bindings often weaken authority by keeping people reactive. Reaction consumes energy, authority conserves it. God is restoring your ability to respond thoughtfully rather than reflexively. You may notice that emotional triggers lose intensity. Situations that once provoked immediate anxiety now feel manageable. This does not mean challenges have disappeared. It means your inner position has shifted. Position determines response. As authority stabilizes, boundaries become clearer. You recognize what deserves your attention and what does not. You stop carrying responsibility for things outside your control. This clarity is a form of freedom. God does not ask you to control everything. He invites you to trust him with what you cannot. As we continue, allow yourself to release the habit of bracing for conflict. Conflict is not inevitable. Opposition does not have unlimited access. God limits what is allowed to approach you. Psalm 91 reminds us that protection is not passive. It is active and intentional. It surrounds, guards, and intervenes. Knowing this allows authority to rest rather than strain. Rested authority is effective authority. You may also notice that your inner dialogue becomes more balanced. Extreme thoughts soften. You stop assuming worst-case scenarios. You recognize options instead of threats. This mental shift reflects restored authority. Authority reshapes perception. As perception changes, confidence follows. Not the kind that demands control, but the kind that trusts outcomes to God. This confidence does not rush decisions. It waits until peace confirms direction. Peace confirms authority. If moments of doubt arise, do not interpret them as loss of progress. Doubt often surfaces when old patterns are being replaced. Acknowledge it without fear and allow truth to steady you. Truth steadies without force. As authority deepens, many people notice a renewed sense of calm leadership in their own lives. They lead their thoughts rather than being led by them. They guide emotions rather than being driven by them. This leadership begins internally. Internal leadership precedes external influence. God is restoring leadership within you, not for dominance, but for stewardship. Stewardship of peace, stewardship of attention, stewardship of energy. This stewardship protects what God is rebuilding. As we continue, notice how your body responds to this restoration. Shoulders relax, breathing steadies, muscles unclench. The body often recognizes authority returning before the mind articulates it. God heals holistically. As authority becomes stable, fear loses urgency. Fear may still speak occasionally, but it no longer commands. It becomes information, not instruction. You hear it without obeying it. Obedience returns to truth. At this stage, many people find that trust expresses itself quietly and sincerely, not as resistance to fear, but as alignment with God's presence. Often it sounds like a simple acknowledgement that feels steady rather than emotional. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain as a foundation. It does not escalate conflict. It establishes peace. As we approach the next part of this prayer, remember this: authority restored by God does not require constant assertion. It is maintained through presence, trust, and alignment. You are no longer reacting from pressure. You are responding from stability. You are standing from truth. Stay present. Stay open. What is being restored now is strengthening you for what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address restoration of trust after long periods of disappointment. Disappointment has a way of quietly teaching the heart to expect less, not because faith is gone, but because hope learned to protect itself. Over time, trust becomes conditional. You believe, but with limits. You pray, but with reservations. God sees this. He does not judge guarded trust. He heals it. Psalm 35 shows us that God responds to betrayal, injustice, and hidden opposition. When trust has been weakened by repeated resistance, God does not demand blind confidence. He rebuilds trust by revealing His consistency over time. Psalm 70 reminds us that urgency often follows disappointment. When expectations were delayed or unmet, the heart longs for reassurance that things can change. God does not dismiss that longing. He meets it with presence and action. Psalm 91 anchors trust in safety rather than outcomes. Trust grows best where fear is not dominant. When safety is restored, trust begins to relax. It stops bracing for disappointment and starts opening again. As these psalms work together, you may notice that your trust begins to soften. You are less guarded. You allow yourself to believe without immediately preparing for loss. This does not mean you forget past pain. It means pain no longer dictates expectation. Trust restored by God is not reckless. It is resilient. Resilient trust acknowledges risk without surrendering to fear. It allows you to move forward even when certainty is incomplete. This is the kind of trust God is restoring now. You may notice that prayer begins to feel more conversational again, less scripted, less defensive, more open. This is a sign that trust is becoming relational rather than transactional. God is not a system to manage. He is a presence to remain with. As we continue, allow yourself to notice moments when suspicion loses influence. You stop questioning every positive change. You stop waiting for the other shoe to drop. These shifts indicate that trust is returning to its rightful place. Spiritual bindings often thrive on mistrust. They convince people that peace is temporary and safety is fragile. God counters this by establishing consistency rather than intensity. Consistency rebuilds trust. As trust stabilizes, your nervous system responds. You feel less startled by unexpected changes. You recover faster from stress. You are less reactive. These are not personality changes. They are signs of healing. Healing allows trust to deepen naturally. If doubts surface, do not push them away aggressively. Doubt is often the echo of old disappointment. Acknowledge it without letting it lead. Trust grows when truth responds gently rather than forcefully. Truth does not hurry trust. It invites it. As this block continues, you may feel drawn to reconnect with things you once avoided because disappointment made them painful. Relationships, opportunities, dreams. This does not mean you must rush back into everything. It means fear no longer holds veto power. God restores choice. Choice returns when trust is no longer dominated by fear. You begin to choose based on peace rather than avoidance. This shift reshapes life quietly but profoundly. Psalm 91 reminds us that dwelling in God's presence creates an environment where trust is safe to grow. Dwelling does not require constant effort. It requires consistency, remaining even when emotions fluctuate. Remaining stabilizes trust. As trust grows, gratitude often follows. gratitude for small confirmations, gratitude for stability, gratitude for the absence of constant fear. Gratitude reinforces trust without pressure. You do not need dramatic evidence to trust again. You need consistency. As we move forward, notice how trust expresses itself in small decisions. You hesitate less. You allow outcomes to unfold. You stop rehearsing disappointment before it happens. These changes matter. God is not asking you to forget what you learned. He is inviting you to live beyond it. As trust becomes more stable, many people notice that inner dialogue shifts. Instead of asking, "What if this fails?" they begin asking, "How is God guiding me through this?" That question reflects restored trust. Trust changes the questions we ask. As this restoration settles, you may find yourself quietly acknowledging alignment again, not as a defense against disappointment, but as recognition of God's involvement. Often, it forms into a simple, steady acknowledgement. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain with you as trust continues to rebuild. It does not deny the past. It places the future in God's hands. As we approach the next part of this prayer, remember this. Trust restored by God does not collapse easily. It is supported by safety, reinforced by consistency, and strengthened through presence. You are learning to trust again, not hurried, not naive, but steady. Stay present, stay open. What is being restored now is preparing you for what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address restoration of courage after long periods of restraint. Courage is often misunderstood. It is not the absence of fear, and it is not reckless boldness. True courage is the quiet willingness to move forward, even when the memory of resistance still lingers. Pressure has a way of teaching people to stay small, to wait longer than necessary, to avoid visibility, to delay action even when peace is present. God is not restoring courage to push you into danger. He is restoring courage to free you from unnecessary limitation. Psalm 35 shows us that when God contends for his people, he removes intimidation. Intimidation is not always loud. Sometimes it appears as hesitation, sometimes as second-guessing, sometimes as constant delay without clear reason. God confronts intimidation so courage can return naturally. Psalm 70 speaks to moments when restraint has lasted too long. It gives permission to say, "Enough," not in anger, but in trust. Trust that God's timing includes moments of decisive movement, not endless waiting. Psalm 91 anchors courage in safety. Courage grows best where safety is established. When you know you are covered, courage does not need to prove itself. It simply responds to peace. As these psalms work together, courage begins to rise quietly. You may notice that certain thoughts lose their authority over you. Thoughts that once said, "It's safer not to try," or "What if this goes wrong?" begin to soften. They no longer control your choices. Courage restored by God is not impulsive. It is steady. Steady courage allows you to take steps without rushing. It allows you to speak without over-explaining. It allows you to choose without constant reassurance. This is the courage God is rebuilding. You may notice small moments where you choose differently than before. You say yes where you once hesitated. You set a boundary where you once endured. You rest where you once pushed yourself. These are not random changes. They are signs of courage returning to balance. Spiritual bindings often suppress courage by amplifying consequence. They exaggerate risk and minimize support. God corrects this distortion by restoring perspective. Perspective restores courage. As perspective shifts, you begin to see that not every step carries the same weight it once did. Some steps are simply steps, not threats. This realization frees you from unnecessary pressure. God is not measuring your courage by speed. He is measuring it by alignment. Alignment allows courage to grow at a sustainable pace. You do not need to prove anything. You only need to remain attentive to peace. If moments of fear arise, do not condemn yourself. Fear does not cancel courage. Courage exists alongside fear. It simply chooses not to be governed by it. God honors courage that moves gently. As we continue, allow yourself to notice where courage is being invited, not forced, invited. God does not shout commands, He invites participation. Participation strengthens confidence over time. Confidence grows when courage is exercised safely. You may also notice that your voice feels steadier. You speak with less tension. You express needs without apology. This is not assertiveness for its own sake. It is clarity emerging. Clarity supports courage. As courage stabilizes, many people notice that old avoidance patterns lose relevance. You no longer automatically retreat. You consider options. You engage thoughtfully. This shift changes how you experience challenges. Challenges become navigable rather than overwhelming. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling in God's presence creates an environment where courage is protected. You are not stepping forward alone. You are stepping forward covered. Coverage reduces fear. As this block continues, allow gratitude to surface for the courage that is returning. Gratitude does not inflate courage. It grounds it. It acknowledges progress without pressure. You may find yourself quietly acknowledging alignment again, not as a mantra, but as recognition of where confidence is coming from. For many, it forms into a calm, steady acknowledgement. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain as courage continues to strengthen. It is not a declaration of conflict, it is a declaration of support. As we move toward the next part of this prayer, remember this: courage restored by God does not fade easily. It is built on safety, guided by peace, and sustained by presence. You are not being pushed forward. You are being released forward. Stay present. Stay open. What is being restored now is preparing you to move with confidence into what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address the restoration of spiritual clarity after seasons of confusion. Confusion is not always loud. Often it arrives quietly, blurring priorities, clouding judgment, and making simple decisions feel unusually heavy. Over time, confusion can feel normal, even familiar, but familiar does not mean healthy. Psalm 35 reveals that God actively removes confusion created by opposition. When enemies work in hidden ways, God responds by bringing clarity into places where distortion once operated. Clarity is not information overload. It is alignment, returning to the heart. Psalm 70 speaks to moments when confusion has lingered long enough to cause harm. God understands that prolonged uncertainty drains strength. He responds when clarity is urgently needed, not to overwhelm you, but to steady you. Psalm 91 anchors clarity in protection. When the mind feels safe, it becomes receptive. Fear closes perception. Safety opens it. God restores clarity by restoring safety first. As these psalms work together, you may notice your thoughts beginning to organize naturally. Racing thoughts slow. Mental fog lifts. Decisions feel less intimidating. This is not because everything suddenly makes sense, but because pressure is losing its influence. Clarity restored by God is not rigid. It is flexible and calm. You may begin to recognize which thoughts are yours and which were shaped by pressure. This discernment matters. Discernment allows you to release thoughts that do not serve truth without fighting them. God does not demand mental perfection. He offers mental peace. As clarity increases, you may feel less compelled to replay conversations or outcomes. Rumination fades. The need to constantly revisit decisions weakens. This mental rest creates space for wisdom to surface naturally. Wisdom emerges in calm environments. Spiritual bindings often thrive on mental noise. Noise distracts. Noise exhausts. Noise keeps people reacting rather than choosing. God is quieting that noise now. Quiet does not mean emptiness, it means order. As order returns, you may notice that priorities realign. What once felt urgent may feel less important. What once felt distant may feel relevant again. This realignment reflects clarity returning to its rightful place. You are not losing interest. You are gaining perspective. As we continue, allow yourself to trust this process. You do not need to force clarity. You do not need to analyze every thought. Clarity grows where peace is honored. If doubts surface, acknowledge them gently. Doubt often appears when old mental patterns are dissolving. It does not mean clarity is failing. It means change is happening. God allows change without chaos. As clarity stabilizes, you may notice that your prayers shift again. They become more focused, less scattered. You know what to bring before God without struggling to name it. This focus indicates restored alignment. Alignment simplifies prayer. Psalm 91 reminds us that clarity is sustained by dwelling, not striving. Remaining in God's presence keeps perception clear even when circumstances fluctuate. You do not need perfect understanding to remain aligned. Remaining steadies clarity. As clarity deepens, confidence follows quietly. Not bold declarations, but settled assurance. You trust your ability to discern next steps without panic. You trust God's guidance without needing constant confirmation. This trust reduces mental strain. As this block continues, notice how your inner dialogue changes. Extremes soften, harsh judgments ease. You speak to yourself with more patience. This inner gentleness supports clarity rather than undermining it. God restores clarity with kindness. You may also notice that past confusion no longer defines you. You stop identifying as someone who is always unsure. You recognize that uncertainty was situational, not personal. This distinction frees identity. Identity influences clarity. As we move forward, allow gratitude to surface for moments of mental peace, however small. Gratitude reinforces clarity by focusing attention on what is stabilizing rather than what is fading. At this point, many people naturally affirm alignment again, not as a ritual, but as recognition of support and guidance. It often sounds like a calm acknowledgement that feels steady and sincere. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain with you as clarity continues to strengthen. It is not a statement against confusion, it is a statement of trust. As we approach the next part of this prayer, remember this: clarity restored by God does not disappear easily. It is protected by peace, sustained by presence, and strengthened by trust. You are thinking more clearly, you are choosing more calmly, you are resting more deeply. Stay present, stay open. What is being restored now is preparing you to move forward with confidence. As we continue, this is a moment to address the restoration of peace in relationships after seasons of pressure. Spiritual opposition does not only affect inner life, it often spills into interactions. When pressure is present, patience shortens, misunderstandings multiply, distance grows where closeness once existed. This does not mean relationships are broken. It often means pressure has been shaping responses. Psalm 35 shows us that when God contends for his people, he does not only confront enemies outside, he also removes the tension that opposition creates within. God restores peace by removing the influence that has been disrupting harmony. Psalm 70 speaks to moments when relational strain has become urgent. When misunderstandings linger too long, they begin to harden. God responds to cries for restoration, not only by changing circumstances, but by softening hearts. Psalm 91 anchors relationships in safety. Safety allows vulnerability. Vulnerability allows honesty. Honesty allows healing. When people feel safe, walls come down naturally. As these psalms work together, relational peace begins to return quietly. You may notice that conversations feel less charged. Silence feels less threatening. You respond with more patience than before. These shifts matter because they reflect internal peace becoming external. Peace restored by God is not forced, it is organic. You may also notice that you feel less responsible for managing others' reactions. When pressure ruled, you may have felt compelled to explain, defend, or anticipate responses. God is releasing you from that burden. You are responsible for alignment, not control. As we continue, allow yourself to release expectations of immediate resolution. Some relationships heal gradually. God does not rush reconciliation when trust needs time to rebuild. He values sustainability over speed. Sustainable peace lasts. Spiritual bindings often use relational tension to isolate. Isolation weakens resilience. God counters isolation by restoring connection, even if slowly and imperfectly. Connection does not require perfection. It requires willingness. As peace increases, you may feel more comfortable expressing needs without fear. You speak calmly instead of reactively. You listen without preparing defenses. This is not passivity. It is confidence grounded in safety. Safety changes communication. Psalm 91 reminds us that protection surrounds not only the individual, but the space they occupy. When you carry peace, it influences the environment around you. Peace becomes contagious. You may also notice discernment returning in relationships. You recognize which connections need boundaries and which need patience. Discernment is not judgment. It is wisdom protecting peace. Wisdom simplifies relationships. As this block continues, allow forgiveness to surface gently where appropriate. Forgiveness is not forgetting. It is releasing the need to punish. God restores peace by removing resentment that pressure allowed to accumulate. Forgiveness frees energy. If memories of past conflict arise, do not relive them emotionally. Acknowledge them and allow God to reframe them. Past conflict does not have to define present connection. God restores relationships with compassion. As relational peace deepens, many people notice that empathy increases. You see others' struggles more clearly. You react less defensively. This empathy does not excuse harm, but it creates understanding. Understanding reduces conflict. As we continue, notice how peace in relationships supports overall stability. When relational stress decreases, mental clarity improves. Physical tension reduces. Joy becomes more accessible. God designed peace to be holistic. You may feel prompted to reach out, apologize, or simply remain patient. Do not force action. Allow peace to guide timing. God confirms relational steps through calm, not pressure. Peace confirms direction. As peace becomes more consistent, gratitude often follows. Gratitude for moments of understanding. Gratitude for calm conversations. Gratitude for restored connection. Gratitude reinforces peace naturally. At this point, many people find that trust expresses itself again in a simple, sincere acknowledgement, not as a response to conflict, but as recognition of God's involvement in restoration. Often it sounds like this: God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain as relational peace continues to grow. It is not a declaration against others. It is a declaration of trust in God's ability to restore harmony. As we approach the next part of this prayer, remember this: peace restored by God extends beyond the individual. It touches relationships, environments, and interactions. You are not carrying tension alone anymore. You are not managing harmony by yourself. You are allowing God to restore what pressure disrupted. Stay present. Stay open. What is being restored now is bringing wholeness into every area of your life. As we continue, this is a moment to address the restoration of purpose after seasons of stagnation. Stagnation does not always feel dramatic. Often it feels like routine without meaning, movement without direction, effort without fulfillment. Life continues, but something feels disconnected. That disconnection is not your identity. It is a signal. Psalm 35 reminds us that God does not allow opposition to cancel purpose. When resistance interferes with calling, God steps in to realign what was disrupted. Purpose is not fragile. It can be delayed, but it cannot be destroyed. Psalm 70 speaks to moments when delay has become discouraging. God understands that when purpose feels distant, motivation weakens. He responds to cries for restoration, not by overwhelming us with direction, but by reawakening desire. Psalm 91 anchors purpose in safety. Purpose grows best where fear does not dominate. When the soul feels protected, it becomes receptive again to meaning, creativity, and direction. As these psalms work together, purpose begins to resurface gently. You may notice renewed interest in things you once cared about. Curiosity returns. Motivation stirs quietly. This is not pressure to act. It is life returning to dormant spaces. Purpose restored by God does not arrive as urgency. It arrives as clarity. Clarity allows you to recognize what aligns with you and what does not. You stop forcing yourself into roles that drain you. You begin to honor what brings peace and meaning. As we continue, allow yourself to release the belief that purpose must be dramatic to be valid. Purpose often expresses itself in consistency, not intensity. Small acts done with alignment carry more meaning than large acts done under pressure. God values faithfulness over spectacle. Spiritual bindings often distort purpose by creating comparison. They convince people that purpose must look a certain way to matter. God dismantles this by restoring authenticity. Your purpose does not need to resemble anyone else's to be meaningful. Authenticity sustains purpose. You may notice that you feel less compelled to measure progress against others. Comparison loses its grip. You focus more on alignment than achievement. This shift protects purpose from burnout. As purpose stabilizes, energy follows. Not frantic energy, but steady engagement. You show up more fully. You feel less resistance to participation. This energy is not self-generated. It is restored. God restores energy by restoring meaning. As we continue, notice how your inner dialogue changes. You stop asking, "What is the point?" and begin asking, "How can I be present here?" Presence reconnects you with purpose naturally. Presence is fertile ground. Psalm 91 reminds us that dwelling creates continuity. Purpose sustained by dwelling does not depend on constant affirmation. It remains even when feedback is absent. This stability protects purpose. You may also notice that past failures lose some of their power to define you. You remember them without being limited by them. God reframes failure as experience, not identity. Experience informs purpose. It does not negate it. As this block continues, allow gratitude to surface for moments of renewed meaning, however small. Gratitude reinforces purpose by honoring progress rather than demanding outcomes. You do not need to know your entire future to live with purpose today. As purpose becomes clearer, you may feel prompted to re-engage with learning, service, or creativity. Do not rush these impulses. Let them mature. God confirms purpose through peace and consistency. Peace confirms alignment. As many people move through this stage, they notice a quiet sense of confidence forming, not about what they will do, but about who they are becoming. This confidence is not ambition, it is acceptance. Acceptance stabilizes purpose. At this point, many find themselves acknowledging trust again in a simple, steady way, not as a declaration against stagnation, but as recognition of God's guidance. Often it sounds like this: God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain as purpose continues to restore. It is not a statement of struggle, it is a statement of direction. As we approach the next part of this prayer, remember this: Purpose restored by God does not rush you forward. It grounds you so that when you move with meaning. You are reconnecting with why you are here. You are rediscovering what matters. You are aligning with what God is restoring. Stay present. Stay open. What is being restored now is guiding you toward what comes next. Pause for a moment, right here, right now. Before we go any further, I want you to notice something important. You are still here. You did not leave. You did not disconnect. Something in you chose to stay, to listen, to remain present. That choice matters more than you realize. Staying is not passive. Staying is agreement. Agreement with truth. Agreement with healing. Agreement with what God is doing beneath the surface. Many people leave moments like this too early. They disengage when things start to settle, when the noise fades and the work becomes quiet. But you stayed, and that tells us something. Your spirit is responding. Psalm 35 reminds us that God responds to those who remain. He contends not only against opposition, but for those who refuse to withdraw when pressure has tried to push them away. Remaining is an act of trust. Psalm 70 speaks to those moments when staying feels difficult, when waiting has been long, when answers feel delayed, when hope has been tested. God does not overlook those who stay through weariness. He honors perseverance that is rooted in faith. Psalm 91 anchors staying in safety. Staying does not mean exposure. It means dwelling. And dwelling is where protection surrounds, not where danger increases. As these psalms work together, something important becomes clear. Freedom is not only about what breaks, it is also about what remains. What remains when fear loosens? What remains when pressure lifts? What remains when silence replaces struggle? You may notice that the urgency you once felt is changing, not disappearing but transforming. It feels less frantic, more focused. This is not loss of desire. It is clarity replacing anxiety. Anxiety rushes, clarity waits. Spiritual bindings often try to pull people out of moments like this. They create restlessness. They whisper that nothing is happening, that you should move on, that this is a waste of time. But stillness is where many breakthroughs begin. God works deeply in stillness. As we continue, allow yourself to notice how your body feels. You may feel lighter, or calmer, or simply less tense. These are not imaginary responses. The body often recognizes release before the mind explains it. Release does not always feel dramatic. Sometimes it feels like relief. Relief that you no longer have to push. Relief that you no longer have to prove anything. Relief that you are allowed to be here without effort. God does not demand performance. He invites presence. Psalm 35 shows us that God fights so his people can rest. Not collapse, but rest. Rest that restores perspective and strength. Rest that prepares you for what comes next. Psalm 70 reminds us that God hears urgency, but he also understands when urgency transforms into trust. Trust does not mean you stop wanting change. It means you stop carrying the weight of making it happen alone. Psalm 91 reminds us again that safety is not fragile. It does not disappear when things are quiet. It becomes more evident. As quiet settles, some people feel uncomfortable. Silence can feel unfamiliar after long seasons of noise and resistance. If that is you, do not interpret discomfort as danger. It is simply adjustment. You are adjusting to peace. Peace has a different rhythm. It does not rush. It does not shout. It does not demand. It supports. As we continue, allow peace to set the pace. You do not need to anticipate the next step. You do not need to evaluate progress. God is not asking you to monitor the process. He is inviting you to remain within it. Remaining is enough. Spiritual bindings weaken when people stop reacting. Reaction feeds them. Presence starves them. When you are present without fear, without urgency, without striving, their influence fades. You are doing more by staying than you realize. As this block unfolds, you may notice that certain thoughts lose their urgency. Worries that once demanded attention now feel distant. You acknowledge them without obeying them. This is authority returning quietly. Authority does not announce itself. It settles. You may also notice gratitude beginning to surface without effort. Gratitude for stillness. Gratitude for clarity. Gratitude for the sense that you are not alone in this moment. Gratitude is not something you force. It arises when pressure releases. Gratitude seals peace. As peace deepens, many people find that trust expresses itself again in a simple, unforced way. Not as resistance to fear, but as recognition of support. It often sounds like a quiet acknowledgement, steady and sincere. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement rest where it belongs, not as a shield against fear, but as a foundation beneath you. As we move toward the next part of this prayer, remember this. Staying was not accidental. Remaining was not wasted. Something is shifting because you did not leave. You stayed. You remained. You are aligned. Stay present. Stay open. What is being restored now is preparing you for what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address the restoration of spiritual sensitivity, the ability to recognize God's movement without fear or strain. Spiritual sensitivity is not emotional intensity. It is awareness. It is the quiet ability to discern what aligns with peace and what does not. Pressure dulls sensitivity. Noise overwhelms it. Fear distorts it. God is restoring sensitivity by restoring calm. Psalm 35 shows us that when God contends for his people, he clears confusion so awareness can return. Awareness does not arrive through effort. It arrives when obstruction is removed. When resistance is pushed back, perception sharpens naturally. Psalm 70 speaks to moments when urgency has drowned out discernment. When everything feels pressing, it becomes hard to hear clearly. God responds by reducing the internal noise, so his guidance can be recognized again. Psalm 91 anchors sensitivity in safety. When the soul feels protected, it becomes receptive. Fear narrows perception. Safety expands it. God restores sensitivity by restoring safety first. As these psalms work together, you may notice subtle changes in how you perceive situations. You sense when something is off without panic. You recognize alignment without forcing explanation. This is not imagination. It is discernment returning to balance. Balanced sensitivity does not overwhelm. It clarifies. You may also notice that you feel less compelled to react immediately. You pause. You observe. You listen internally before responding. This pause is not hesitation. It is wisdom. Wisdom listens before acting. Spiritual bindings often exploit impulsive reaction. They push urgency so people respond without awareness. God restores sensitivity so reactions slow and choices become intentional. As we continue, allow yourself to trust these subtle signals. Not every impression needs immediate action. Sensitivity grows stronger when it is honored gently, not tested aggressively. God guides through peace, not pressure. You may feel drawn to quieter moments. Stillness may feel inviting rather than uncomfortable. This is a sign that sensitivity is stabilizing. Silence is not emptiness. It is space where awareness sharpens. Space reveals truth. As sensitivity returns, you may notice clearer emotional boundaries. You recognize what belongs to you and what does not. You stop absorbing others' anxiety. This clarity protects peace. Protection preserves sensitivity. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling sustains awareness. Dwelling is not effortful attention, it is remaining present. Presence keeps sensitivity from becoming overwhelming or distorted. As we continue, notice how your responses change. You speak with more intention. You listen without preparing defenses. You feel less need to control outcomes. These are signs of restored spiritual sensitivity. Sensitivity does not control, it aligns. Alignment allows you to recognize when to move and when to wait. Waiting no longer feels like failure. It feels like wisdom. Movement no longer feels forced. It feels guided. This balance is healthy. If old fears attempt to re-enter, do not panic. Fear often tests restored sensitivity. Acknowledge fear without following it. Sensitivity grows stronger when fear is recognized but not obeyed. Truth steadies sensitivity. As this block continues, gratitude may arise for moments of clarity that feel simple but meaningful. Gratitude reinforces awareness by focusing attention on what is aligning rather than what is fading. Gratitude sharpens perception. At this stage, many people notice that trust expresses itself again in a quiet, grounded way, not as an emotional reaction, but as a steady recognition of guidance and support. Often, it sounds like a simple acknowledgement that feels true. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain as sensitivity continues to restore. It is not a defense. It is an anchor. As we move toward the next part of this prayer, remember this: restored sensitivity allows you to move through life with clarity without strain. You are not guessing, you are not forcing, you are responding. You are becoming more aware without becoming more anxious. You are becoming more discerning without becoming more guarded. You are becoming more aligned without becoming rigid. Stay present, stay open. What is being restored now is refining how you perceive what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address the restoration of spiritual alignment after long seasons of distraction. Distraction does not always look like chaos. Often, it looks like constant activity without depth, movement without intention, focus scattered across too many concerns. When alignment weakens, energy leaks. When energy leaks, clarity fades. When clarity fades, peace becomes inconsistent. God restores alignment by bringing focus back to what matters most. Psalm 35 reminds us that God clears interference. He does not only confront opposition that attacks directly, He removes interference that diverts attention. Interference drains strength by pulling focus away from truth. God restores alignment by removing what distracts the heart. Psalm 70 speaks to urgency born from fragmentation. When life feels scattered, urgency increases because nothing feels settled. God responds by recentering the heart, not by demanding more effort, but by restoring order. Psalm 91 anchors alignment in dwelling. Dwelling gathers what was scattered. When you remain in God's presence, scattered thoughts begin to organize naturally. You do not force focus. Focus returns. As these psalms work together, you may notice your attention becoming steadier. You are less pulled in multiple directions. You feel more present in what you are doing. This steadiness is not rigidity. It is alignment returning. Alignment restored by God is not narrow. It is clear. You may also notice that certain habits lose appeal, not because they were sinful, but because they were distracting. You feel less compelled to fill silence, less driven to stay busy. This is not loss of motivation. It is refinement. Refinement simplifies focus. Spiritual bindings often thrive on distraction. Distraction weakens resolve. It creates fatigue without progress. God counters distraction by restoring purpose and presence. Presence strengthens alignment. As we continue, allow yourself to notice what draws your attention easily and what drains it. Awareness is not judgment, it is information. God uses awareness to guide alignment gently. You do not need to eliminate everything at once. Alignment grows gradually. As alignment stabilizes, you may notice improved consistency. Prayer feels less sporadic. Rest feels more intentional. Decisions feel less rushed. These are signs that alignment is becoming integrated. Integration protects peace. Psalm 91 reminds us that dwelling is continuous, not occasional. Dwelling does not require isolation from life. It requires presence within it. This presence keeps alignment intact, even during activity. As we continue, allow yourself to release the belief that productivity equals worth. God restores alignment by separating value from output. You are valued because you belong, not because you perform. Belonging stabilizes alignment. As alignment deepens, you may feel a renewed sense of integrity, inner coherence between what you believe, what you choose, and how you live. Integrity does not mean perfection. It means congruence. Congruence reduces tension. You may notice that inner conflict softens, competing priorities settle. You stop negotiating with yourself constantly. This inner peace supports sustained alignment. As we continue, notice how alignment affects your pace. You move neither rushed nor stalled. You move with intention. Pace becomes appropriate rather than pressured. Appropriate pace preserves strength. If moments of distraction return, do not condemn yourself. Alignment is not fragile. It strengthens through gentle redirection. Each time you return attention to peace, alignment deepens. God honors return. As this block continues, gratitude may arise for moments of focus, however small. Gratitude reinforces alignment by anchoring attention in what is stable. At this stage, many people notice that trust expresses itself again quietly, not as resistance to distraction, but as confidence in guidance. Often, it sounds like a simple acknowledgement that feels grounded. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain as alignment continues to strengthen. It does not demand effort. It supports presence. As we approach the next part of this prayer, remember this. Alignment restored by God does not limit you. It frees you. It reduces noise so clarity can speak. It gathers energy so peace can remain. You are becoming more focused without becoming rigid. You are becoming more intentional without becoming strained. You are becoming more present without becoming withdrawn. Stay present. Stay open. What is being restored now is refining how you move forward. As we continue, this is a moment to address the restoration of inner stability after prolonged uncertainty. Uncertainty, when it lasts too long, creates a subtle tension. You function, you move forward, but something inside remains unsettled. Decisions feel heavier than they should. Confidence feels conditional. Inner stability is not the absence of questions, it is the presence of grounding. Psalm 35 reminds us that God restores justice where imbalance has lingered. When uncertainty has been fueled by hidden resistance, God responds by re-establishing fairness within the soul. Stability begins when the inner world stops compensating for pressure. Psalm 70 speaks to moments when uncertainty becomes urgent. God understands that prolonged instability drains strength. He responds not by forcing answers, but by restoring a sense of grounding that allows you to stand even without full clarity. Psalm 91 anchors stability in dwelling. Dwelling creates consistency. When you remain in God's presence, the ground beneath you becomes firm, even if the path ahead is not fully visible. As these psalms work together, you may notice a sense of inner steadiness forming. Your thoughts no longer swing as widely. Emotions settle faster. You recover more quickly from stress. These are signs that stability is returning. Stability restored by God is not rigidity. It is resilience. Resilience allows you to bend without breaking. It allows you to experience uncertainty without being ruled by it. God is restoring this resilience now. You may notice that your reactions become less extreme. Highs feel calmer, lows feel less overwhelming. This balance does not dull life, it strengthens it. Balanced emotions support clarity. As we continue, allow yourself to release the belief that stability requires complete certainty. God does not wait for perfect conditions to restore peace. He establishes peace first, then guides clarity gradually. Peace precedes answers. Spiritual bindings often destabilize by keeping people in constant anticipation, always waiting for the next disruption. God interrupts this cycle by restoring rhythm. Rhythm brings predictability. Predictability brings calm. Calm supports stability. As stability deepens, you may notice that you feel more present in your body. Tension decreases. Breathing steadies. Sleep improves. The body often reflects inner stability before the mind articulates it. God restores wholeness. If moments of doubt arise, do not interpret them as failure. Doubt often tests restored stability. Acknowledge it gently and allow truth to ground you again. Truth grounds without force. As this block continues, notice how stability changes your relationship with time. You feel less rushed. Waiting feels less threatening. You trust that timing is unfolding rather than slipping away. Trust steadies perception. Psalm 91 reminds us that dwelling sustains stability even when circumstances shift. You are not stabilized by environment, you are stabilized by presence. Presence does not fluctuate. As stability grows, you may notice that your inner dialogue becomes kinder. You stop pressuring yourself to figure everything out. You allow understanding to come in stages. This kindness protects peace. Kindness sustains stability. You may also notice that old fears lose relevance. They appear, but they do not linger. They no longer shape decisions. This indicates that stability has reclaimed authority. Authority rests in calm. As we continue, gratitude may surface for moments of steadiness that feel simple but meaningful. Gratitude reinforces stability by anchoring attention in what is secure rather than what is uncertain. At this stage, many people find that trust expresses itself again quietly and sincerely, not as a reaction to fear, but as recognition of support. Often it sounds like a calm acknowledgement that feels grounded. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain as stability continues to strengthen. It does not deny uncertainty, it anchors you within it. As we approach the next part of this prayer, remember this: stability restored by God does not isolate you from change. It equips you to navigate change without losing peace. You are becoming steadier. You are becoming more resilient. You are becoming more grounded. Stay present, stay open. What is being restored now is strengthening you for what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address the restoration of spiritual confidence after long seasons of self-doubt. Self-doubt does not always announce itself loudly. Often, it hides behind hesitation, overthinking, and the habit of questioning your own discernment. Self-doubt weakens decisions. Self-doubt delays action. Self-doubt erodes peace. God restores confidence not by amplifying ego, but by re-establishing trust in His guidance within you. Psalm 35 reminds us that God defends His people when accusations rise, both external accusations and internal ones. When doubt has been fueled by pressure or hidden opposition, God steps in to silence voices that were never meant to guide you. Psalm 70 speaks to moments when hesitation has lasted too long. God understands that prolonged self-doubt drains strength and joy. He responds by restoring assurance, not through force, but through presence. Psalm 91 anchors confidence in safety. When you feel protected, you stop second-guessing every step. Safety creates space for confidence to grow naturally. As these psalms work together, confidence begins to return quietly. You may notice that you trust your discernment again. You feel less compelled to seek constant confirmation. Decisions feel lighter. This is not impulsivity. It is confidence being restored to balance. Confidence restored by God is not loud, it is steady. Steady confidence allows you to move forward without rushing and without freezing. It allows you to make choices without carrying the fear of constant error. As we continue, allow yourself to notice where self-doubt has shaped habits. Over-preparing, over-apologizing, over-explaining. These habits form to protect you under pressure. God does not condemn them. He gently releases you from needing them. Release restores simplicity. Spiritual bindings often rely on self-doubt to slow progress. When people doubt themselves, they delay alignment. God dismantles this by restoring trust, not trust in self alone, but trust in His guidance through you. Trust restores momentum. As confidence grows, you may notice changes in your inner language. You stop saying, "I'm not sure," by default. You allow yourself to decide and adjust if needed. This flexibility reflects healthy confidence. Healthy confidence adapts, it does not collapse. Psalm 91 reminds us that dwelling sustains confidence. When you remain in God's presence, you do not need to manufacture assurance. Assurance becomes your environment. As we continue, allow yourself to release the fear of making mistakes. Mistakes do not disqualify you from God's guidance. They are part of learning. God corrects gently. He does not abandon. Correction refines confidence. You may also notice that confidence restores your voice. You speak more clearly. You express needs without guilt. You share perspective without fear. This is not dominance. It is clarity. Clarity strengthens relationships. As confidence stabilizes, your pace changes. You move neither rushed nor hesitant. You move with intention. This balanced pace protects energy and peace. Balance preserves strength. If moments of doubt return, do not panic. Doubt often tests restored confidence. Acknowledge it without surrendering authority. Confidence deepens each time you choose trust. Trust reinforces confidence. As this block continues, gratitude may surface for moments when decisions feel easier, when clarity feels accessible. Gratitude anchors confidence by focusing attention on what is stabilizing. At this stage, many people naturally acknowledge trust again in a simple, grounded way. Not as a defense against doubt, but as recognition of guidance and support. Often it sounds like a calm acknowledgement. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain as confidence continues to rebuild. It does not demand perfection, it supports growth. As we approach the next part of this prayer, remember this: confidence restored by God does not depend on constant success. It depends on consistent presence. You are learning to trust again. You are learning to decide again. You are learning to move forward again. Stay present. Stay open. What is being restored now is strengthening you for what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address the restoration of inner freedom after long seasons of restriction. Restriction does not always look like imprisonment. Often it feels like limited options, repeated detours, and the sense that life has been narrowed without explanation. Restriction teaches the soul to compromise, to settle, to accept less than what God intended. God restores freedom not by creating chaos, but by widening space where pressure once narrowed it. Psalm 35 reminds us that God breaks restraints imposed by injustice. When limitation has been enforced through hidden opposition, God confronts what confined you. He does not merely open a door, He removes what blocked movement in the first place. Psalm 70 speaks to moments when restriction has lingered too long. God understands that prolonged confinement, emotional, spiritual, or circumstantial, wears down hope. He responds by accelerating release, not through panic, but through decisive intervention. Psalm 91 anchors freedom in protection. Freedom without safety becomes reckless. Freedom with safety becomes sustainable. When you know you are covered, you are free to move without fear. As these psalms work together, inner freedom begins to return. You may notice a renewed sense of choice. Options feel available again. You feel less boxed in by past decisions or circumstances. This is not denial of reality. It is reality being reframed. Freedom restored by God is not impulsive. It is discerning. Discerning freedom recognizes when to move and when to rest. It does not rush out of restriction only to create new ones. God restores freedom with wisdom. As we continue, allow yourself to notice where you have been negotiating with limitation. Where you said, "This is just how it is," even when peace was absent. God does not condemn those adaptations. He releases you from needing them. Release expands perspective. Spiritual bindings often restrict by shrinking imagination. They convince people that change is unrealistic, that alternatives are dangerous, that hope is naive. God dismantles this by restoring vision rooted in trust rather than fantasy. Vision widens freedom. You may notice that creativity returns, new ideas surface, old interests reawaken. This is not distraction. It is life returning to spaces that were dormant under pressure. God restores life where restriction ruled. As inner freedom grows, your relationship with fear changes. Fear no longer dictates boundaries. You acknowledge risk without surrendering movement. This balance reflects maturity, not recklessness. Mature freedom respects wisdom. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling sustains freedom. Dwelling is not isolation. It is remaining in God's presence while moving through life. This presence keeps freedom from becoming fragile. As we continue, allow yourself to release the belief that freedom must be earned through struggle. God gives freedom as a gift. Your role is to receive and steward it well. Stewardship protects freedom. You may also notice that forgiveness becomes easier where restriction once hardened the heart. Forgiveness does not excuse harm. It removes barriers that kept you tied to the past. God restores freedom by loosening emotional restraints. Emotional freedom strengthens movement. As this block continues, notice how your body responds to widening space. Breathing deepens, tension releases. The body often recognizes freedom before the mind articulates it. God restores wholeness. If moments of fear surface, do not retreat. Fear often tests restored freedom. Acknowledge it and allow truth to steady you. Freedom deepens each time fear is recognized but not obeyed. Truth steadies freedom. As freedom stabilizes, gratitude often emerges naturally. Gratitude for options, gratitude for peace, gratitude for the sense that life is no longer narrowed. Gratitude reinforces freedom by anchoring attention in what has expanded. At this stage, many people find themselves acknowledging trust again in a simple, grounded way. Not as a reaction against restriction, but as recognition of God's involvement. Often it sounds like a quiet acknowledgement. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain as freedom continues to restore. It does not deny challenges. It affirms support. As we approach the next part of this prayer, remember this. Freedom restored by God is not temporary relief. It is a widening that allows life to breathe again. You are no longer confined as before. You are no longer negotiating with fear. You are moving within space God is restoring. Stay present. Stay open. What is being restored now is preparing you to move with confidence into what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address the restoration of perseverance after long seasons of interruption. Interruption can wear down resolve. When progress is repeatedly paused, motivation weakens. People begin to question whether continuing is worth the effort. Perseverance does not disappear suddenly. It fades quietly. God restores perseverance not by demanding more effort, but by renewing purpose and strength. Psalm 35 reminds us that God contends against forces that interrupt forward movement. He confronts what repeatedly disrupts momentum. When perseverance has been drained by unfair resistance, God steps in to restore endurance. Psalm 70 speaks to moments when interruption has become exhausting. God understands that repeated setbacks test patience. He responds not by shaming weariness, but by bringing timely help that renews strength. Psalm 91 anchors perseverance in protection. Perseverance without safety becomes burnout. Perseverance with safety becomes sustainable. God restores endurance by restoring refuge first. As these psalms work together, perseverance begins to return quietly. You may notice that giving up feels less appealing. You feel a renewed willingness to continue, not out of obligation, but out of confidence that effort has meaning again. Perseverance restored by God is not stubbornness. It is hope with endurance. Hope sustains perseverance when results are not immediate. It allows you to keep moving without demanding instant reward. As we continue, allow yourself to notice where interruptions shaped discouragement. Missed opportunities, delayed answers, broken rhythms. God does not minimize these experiences. He restores what they interrupted. Restoration repairs momentum. Spiritual bindings often rely on interruption to weaken resolve. When momentum breaks repeatedly, people lose faith in progress. God counters this by restoring rhythm, steady movement rather than sporadic effort. Rhythm stabilizes perseverance. You may notice that routines feel easier to maintain. Commitments feel less draining. This is not because life has become effortless, but because endurance is returning to balance. Balanced endurance protects peace. As perseverance strengthens, you may feel less pressure to measure progress constantly. You trust that movement matters even when results are not visible. This trust frees you from anxiety-driven effort. Trust sustains perseverance. Psalm 91 reminds us that dwelling sustains strength. Remaining in God's presence renews endurance quietly. You do not need to recharge constantly when you remain connected. Connection fuels endurance. As we continue, allow yourself to release the belief that perseverance means never feeling tired. Tiredness does not cancel perseverance. Rest renews it. God restores endurance by teaching you when to rest and when to move. Rest preserves perseverance. You may also notice that setbacks feel less personal. You no longer interpret every obstacle as failure. You recognize them as part of process. This perspective protects motivation. Perspective strengthens resolve. As this block continues, notice how perseverance affects decision-making. You stop abandoning plans prematurely. You allow strategies to mature. This patience reflects restored endurance. God honors patient perseverance. If moments of discouragement arise, do not retreat. Discouragement often tests restored endurance. Acknowledge it without letting it dictate direction. Perseverance deepens when discouragement is faced with truth. Truth steadies resolve. As perseverance stabilizes, gratitude often follows. Gratitude for strength to continue, gratitude for consistency, gratitude for renewed motivation. Gratitude reinforces endurance by anchoring attention in what is sustaining you. At this stage, many people find that trust expresses itself again in a calm, grounded way. Not as resistance to interruption, but as recognition of God's support. Often, it sounds like a simple acknowledgement. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain as perseverance continues to rebuild. It does not deny difficulty, it affirms support. As we approach the next part of this prayer, remember this: perseverance restored by God is not fragile. It is patient, grounded, and resilient. You are continuing with renewed strength. You are moving with restored rhythm. You are trusting process again. Stay present. Stay open. What is being restored now is sustaining you for what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address the restoration of inner authority after seasons of dependence and doubt. Inner authority is the ability to stand calmly in decisions without needing constant validation. When pressure lasts too long, people often lose this sense of authority. They look outward for permission to trust what they already sense inwardly. Loss of inner authority creates hesitation. Hesitation creates delay. Delay feeds frustration. God restores inner authority by recentering trust where it belongs. Psalm 35 reminds us that God vindicates his people. Vindication is not only external, it is internal. When accusation, spoken or unspoken, has undermined confidence, God restores a sense of legitimacy. You are not out of place. You are not mistaken for being here. Psalm 70 speaks to moments when dependence has grown out of uncertainty. God understands that seeking reassurance is natural when pressure has blurred clarity. He responds by strengthening the heart so reassurance becomes internal again. Psalm 91 anchors authority in dwelling. Dwelling establishes security. When you remain in God's presence, authority does not need to be asserted. It is recognized. You move from reacting to standing. As these psalms work together, inner authority begins to return quietly. You may notice that you are less swayed by others' opinions. You listen without being controlled. You consider advice without surrendering discernment. This balance is healthy. Authority restored by God is not domination. It is stability. Stability allows you to choose without fear of constant correction. It allows you to trust process without demanding immediate confirmation. As we continue, allow yourself to notice where you have outsourced decisions out of fear, not because you lacked wisdom, but because pressure eroded confidence. God does not shame that season. He restores what it took. Restoration returns ownership. Spiritual bindings often weaken inner authority by fostering dependency. When people feel unsure, they rely excessively on external voices. God counters this by restoring clarity and confidence internally. Internal clarity strengthens authority. You may notice that your responses become more measured. You pause before agreeing. You consider options without anxiety. This is not indecision. It is discernment reactivating. Discernment protects authority. As authority stabilizes, emotional reactions soften. You feel less compelled to defend yourself. You trust that truth will stand without constant explanation. This calm reflects restored inner governance. Governance steadies life. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling sustains authority. Authority grounded in presence does not fluctuate with circumstances. It remains steady even when situations change. As we continue, allow yourself to release the belief that authority requires certainty about everything. Authority grows in trust, not in total knowledge. God guides step by step. Step-by-step guidance builds confidence. You may also notice that guilt loses influence. You stop second-guessing past choices excessively. You learn from experience without condemning yourself. This compassion strengthens authority rather than weakening it. Compassion stabilizes confidence. As this block continues, notice how inner authority changes your posture. You stand more comfortably in who you are. You speak with clarity. You listen with openness. This posture affects how others respond to you. Presence communicates authority. If moments of doubt return, do not retreat. Doubt often tests restored authority. Acknowledge it and allow truth to reaffirm alignment. Authority deepens each time trust is chosen calmly. Truth reinforces authority. As authority becomes integrated, gratitude often emerges. Gratitude for restored confidence, gratitude for clarity, gratitude for the ability to choose without fear. Gratitude anchors authority by honoring progress. At this stage, many people find themselves acknowledging trust again in a simple, grounded way. not as a declaration against others, but as recognition of God's support. Often it sounds like this: God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain as inner authority continues to strengthen. It does not inflate ego, it grounds identity. As we approach the next part of this prayer, remember this: authority restored by God does not isolate you from guidance, it aligns you with it. You are no longer dependent on fear-driven validation. You are standing with confidence again. You are choosing with clarity again. You are trusting guidance again. Stay present, stay open. What is being restored now is strengthening you for what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address the restoration of patience after long seasons of strain. Patience is often misunderstood as waiting without feeling. In truth, patience is the ability to remain aligned without becoming bitter, restless, or discouraged while time unfolds. When strain lasts too long, patience thins. Hope becomes tense, waiting becomes heavy. God restores patience not by slowing life down, but by lightening the inner load. Psalm 35 reminds us that God addresses what has caused unnecessary strain. When opposition prolongs hardship, patience is tested beyond its purpose. God intervenes, so patience does not turn into resignation. Psalm 70 speaks to urgency that rises when patience feels exhausted. God understands that waiting can become painful. He does not dismiss urgency. He responds by renewing strength so patience can remain alive rather than forced. Psalm 91 anchors patience in protection. Patience grows best where safety exists. When you feel protected, waiting no longer feels threatening. It becomes purposeful. As these psalms work together, patience begins to restore quietly. You may notice that waiting feels less tense. You stop counting time obsessively. You trust that progress is happening even when it is not visible. Patience restored by God is not passive, it is hopeful. Hopeful patience does not shut down desire, it keeps desire alive without letting it become anxiety. This balance is what God is restoring now. As we continue, allow yourself to notice where impatience crept in unnoticed: irritability, shortened tolerance, constant urgency. These were signals of strain, not flaws. God does not shame them, He heals them. Healing restores gentleness. Spiritual bindings often exploit impatience by creating pressure to rush or quit. God counters this by restoring rhythm. Rhythm allows patience to breathe. Breathing space renews patience. You may notice that your reactions soften. You respond instead of react. You give situations more time to unfold. This is not avoidance. It is maturity returning. Maturity steadies patience. As patience strengthens, emotional resilience grows. Delays feel less personal. Obstacles feel less threatening. You maintain peace even when outcomes are pending. Peace sustains patience. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling sustains calm. Remaining in God's presence removes the need to hurry outcomes. You trust timing without losing hope. As we continue, allow yourself to release the belief that patience means silence. Patience can speak, it can pray, it can express need without panic. God honors patient faith that remains honest. Honesty deepens patience. You may also notice that gratitude and patience begin to coexist. Gratitude for what is present, patience for what is coming. Together, they create balance. Balance preserves endurance. As this block continues, notice how patience changes your perspective on challenges. Challenges become processes, not punishments. This shift reduces emotional weight. Perspective protects peace. If moments of frustration arise, do not withdraw. Frustration often tests restored patience. Acknowledge it gently and allow truth to steady you again. Truth renews patience. As patience stabilizes, gratitude often rises naturally. Gratitude for calm moments, gratitude for steady progress, gratitude for the absence of constant urgency, Gratitude reinforces patience by anchoring attention in what is stable. At this stage, many people find that trust expresses itself again in a simple, calm acknowledgement, not as resistance to waiting, but as recognition of God's support. Often it sounds like this: God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain as patience continues to restore. It does not deny desire, it supports hope. As we approach the next part of this prayer, remember this: patience restored by God does not drain you, it steadies you. It allows time to become an ally rather than an enemy. You are waiting with peace again. You are hoping without strain again. You are trusting timing again. Stay present. Stay open. What is being restored now is preparing you for what comes next. As we continue, this is a moment to address the restoration of trust in timing after long seasons of delay. Delay has a way of quietly distorting perception. What begins as patience can slowly turn into doubt. Doubt then questions timing, and when timing is questioned for too long, hope becomes cautious. But God's timing is not indifferent, it is intentional. Psalm 35 reminds us that God is not passive while injustice delays progress. When delay is fueled by opposition rather than wisdom, God intervenes. He does not allow resistance to rewrite destiny. He restores movement at the right moment. Psalm 70 gives voice to the urgency that rises when waiting has stretched thin. God does not reject urgency born from faith. He responds by re-establishing trust that timing is still unfolding, not abandoned. Psalm 91 anchors trust in timing within protection. Timing feels unsafe when protection feels uncertain. When you know you are covered, waiting does not feel like loss. It feels like preparation. As these psalms work together, trust in timing begins to heal. You may notice that anxiety about when begins to loosen. You stop calculating deadlines internally. You allow space for process without panic. Trust restored by God does not eliminate desire. It removes fear from desire. Desire without fear can wait without resentment. It can hope without pressure. This balance is what God is restoring now. As we continue, allow yourself to recognize where delay taught you to brace for disappointment. That bracing protected you once. God honors it, but He is releasing you from needing it now. Release restores openness. Spiritual bindings often distort timing by convincing people that waiting equals failure. God counters this lie by restoring perspective. Waiting is not wasted when it is aligned. Preparation often happens quietly. Quiet preparation produces lasting outcomes. You may notice that your relationship with time changes. You feel less rushed. You feel less behind. You stop comparing your pace to others. This shift protects peace. Peace restores trust. As trust in timing strengthens, you may notice improved emotional regulation. Frustration softens. Hope steadies. You stop oscillating between extremes. This balance reflects restored alignment. Alignment steadies expectation. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling sustains trust. Remaining in God's presence keeps you grounded while timing unfolds. You are not waiting alone. You are waiting accompanied. Companionship changes waiting. As we continue, allow yourself to release the belief that you must understand timing to trust it. Understanding often comes later. Trust comes first. God asks for openness, not analysis. Openness invites guidance. You may also notice that gratitude returns even before outcomes change. Gratitude for stability, gratitude for protection, gratitude for the absence of constant urgency. Gratitude reinforces trust by anchoring attention in what is present. Presence supports patience. As this block continues, notice how restored trust in timing affects decisions. You stop forcing outcomes. You stop abandoning plans prematurely. You allow direction to confirm itself over time. Confirmation comes with peace. If moments of doubt arise, do not retreat. Doubt often tests restored trust. Acknowledge it gently and allow truth to reaffirm alignment. Trust deepens each time doubt is recognized but not obeyed. Truth steadies timing. As trust stabilizes, gratitude often expresses itself quietly in a familiar, grounding acknowledgement. Not as resistance to delay, but as recognition of God's involvement. Often it sounds like a calm, sincere acknowledgement. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that acknowledgement remain as trust in timing continues to restore. It does not deny urgency, it reframes it. As we approach the final movement of this prayer, remember this. Timing restored by God does not rush you forward. It positions you so that when movement comes, it is aligned and sustainable. You are no longer racing against time. You are no longer fearing delay. You are trusting process again. Stay present. Stay open. What is being restored now is preparing you for completion. As we come to the final moment of this journey, this is not an ending. It is a sealing. What has been spoken, felt, and received throughout this prayer is settling now, not as intensity, not as emotion, but as alignment. Alignment does not rush. Alignment remains. Many people expect the end of a prayer to feel dramatic, but often the most powerful work of God concludes quietly, like a foundation set beneath the surface, like a door secured rather than slammed, like a weight lifted rather than shouted away. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God finishes contending, peace follows. Not chaos, not confusion, peace. The kind of peace that does not need explanation. The kind of peace that stands on its own. Psalm 70 reminds us that urgency has been heard. Nothing you carried into this prayer was ignored. Nothing was minimized. God does not delay response out of indifference. He completes work with intention. Psalm 91 seals everything in protection. What God restores, He covers. What He frees, He guards. What He aligns, He sustains. This means that what you have received here is not fragile, it is established. As this prayer comes to rest, notice how your body feels, how your breathing settles, how your thoughts slow. These are signs that the nervous system is recognizing safety again. Safety allows restoration to take root. You do not need to analyze what changed. You do not need to measure progress. You do not need to look for proof. Faith does not require surveillance. It requires trust. Throughout this journey, themes returned again and again. Peace, alignment, stability, trust, authority, patience, freedom. These are not separate blessings. They are connected. When one restores, the others follow. God restores holistically. If resistance tries to return later, remember this moment, not emotionally, but structurally. Remember that peace does not depend on circumstances. It depends on presence, and presence remains. You may still face challenges, but they will not have the same access. You may still hear noise, but it will not carry the same authority. You may still wait, but waiting will no longer feel empty, because something has shifted. As this prayer seals, release the need to hold on to it tightly. What God establishes does not require your grip. It remains because He sustains it. Let peace do its quiet work. Let clarity guide your steps. Let trust support your choices. You are not walking forward alone. You are not carrying battles by yourself. You are not returning to what was. And often, when this truth settles fully, it expresses itself one last time, not as repetition, not as ritual, but as recognition. A simple acknowledgement that carries weight because it is true. God is fighting my battles for me. Let that truth remain with you beyond this moment, not only here, but in your days, your decisions, your waiting, your movement. This prayer does not end here. It continues in how you live from this place. Stay grounded, stay aligned, stay open. What God has begun, He is faithful to complete. As we remain here, do not rush to move on. There is still space for God to work beneath awareness. Some shifts do not announce themselves immediately. They unfold quietly, reinforcing what has already begun. What you are experiencing now is integration. Integration happens when truth moves from understanding into being. It is the stage where peace becomes familiar rather than new, where clarity stops feeling fragile, where trust no longer needs to be verbalized to be real. This is where many people unconsciously disconnect, not because they want to, but because stillness feels unfamiliar. But staying here matters. Psalm 35 reminds us that after God contends, there is a settling, a recalibration. The soul adjusts to the absence of pressure it carried for so long. This adjustment is necessary. Without it, people sometimes recreate tension because calm feels strange. You are learning a new internal rhythm. Psalm 70 shows us that urgency does not disappear. It transforms. It no longer demands immediate answers. It becomes attentiveness, awareness, readiness without anxiety. Psalm 91 continues to hold everything in place. Protection is not lifting because the prayer continues. Protection remains precisely because peace is stabilizing. Notice how your thoughts behave now. They are less demanding, less intrusive, less urgent. This is not emptiness, this is order. Order replaces noise. Noise once kept you alert. Order allows you to rest. As this order settles, some memories may surface, not to disturb you, but to be reprocessed. Moments that once carried emotional charge may now feel distant, neutral, resolved. This is healing, completing its cycle. Do not analyze these moments. Let them pass through. Healing does not require commentary. If you feel emotion rise, sadness, relief, gratitude, allow it without interpretation. Emotions here are not signals of instability. They are signals of release. Release does not always feel dramatic. Sometimes it feels like softness. As we continue, allow your breathing to remain natural. There is no instruction needed. The body knows how to rest when the environment is safe. God designed it that way. You are safe here. This safety does not isolate you from life. It prepares you to re-enter life differently, without carrying unnecessary weight, without bracing for impact, without negotiating with fear. Psalm 35 assures us that what God defends, He does not abandon. Psalm 70 assures us that what God responds to, He does not forget. Psalm 91 assures us that what God shelters, He does not expose. These truths are not being declared anymore. They are being absorbed. Absorption is quieter than declaration, but it is deeper. You may notice that the need to feel something is fading. That is a good sign. Faith does not depend on sensation. It depends on alignment, and alignment is happening now. Alignment does not hurry. As alignment deepens, your internal posture changes. You are no longer leaning forward in anticipation or backward in defense. You are upright, balanced, present. Presence weakens every remaining trace of spiritual pressure. Pressure requires reaction. Presence removes reaction. If thoughts try to pull you into the future or drag you into the past, gently return to now, not by effort, by acknowledgement. Now is where God works most efficiently. Now is where peace holds authority. You do not need to repeat anything. You do not need to promise anything. You do not need to ask for anything. This moment is not transactional, it is relational, and relationship continues beyond words. Remain here, remain receptive, remain open. What is happening now is still unfolding. As we continue, allow this moment to stretch naturally. There is no finish line you are moving toward right now. This is not about reaching an end. This is about remaining where alignment is still settling. Some things only stabilize when they are not rushed. Pressure trained the mind to expect constant movement. Silence once felt like danger because silence meant vulnerability. But here, silence carries strength. Stillness carries authority. Psalm 35 shows us that after contention, God establishes order. Order is not loud, it is firm, it does not announce itself, it holds. Psalm 70 reminds us that urgency has been answered. What remains now is not waiting for rescue. It is adjusting to freedom. Adjustment takes time. Psalm 91 continues to surround everything quietly. Protection is not something you activate moment by moment. It is something you remain within. Remaining is what you are doing now. Notice how your inner dialogue has softened. Thoughts no longer demand solutions. Questions no longer push for answers. This does not mean answers are absent. It means anxiety is no longer driving the process. Anxiety speaks quickly. Peace speaks steadily. As peace holds, the body follows. Muscles release tension they learn to carry unconsciously. The jaw loosens. The chest opens. The shoulders settle. These are not techniques. These are responses to safety. Safety allows the nervous system to stand down. You may notice moments where nothing seems to be happening. That is not stagnation, that is integration. Integration is the phase where change becomes permanent. Temporary change excites. Integrated change stabilizes. As integration continues, subtle awareness increases. You may sense clarity without words, confidence without declarations, trust without repetition. These are signs that faith is no longer being performed. It is being lived. Psalm 35 does not end with chaos. Psalm 70 does not end with panic. Psalm 91 does not end with vigilance. They end in rest. Rest is not collapse. Rest is readiness without tension. As we remain here, allow any remaining resistance to dissolve naturally. Resistance often survives on attention. When attention is no longer feeding it, it weakens without confrontation. You do not need to fight what is already losing strength. This is why presence matters more than effort right now. Presence removes leverage. If at any point you feel the urge to do something, simply notice it. That urge once kept you safe. You do not need to reject it. You also do not need to follow it. You are allowed to be here without action. God is not measuring productivity in this moment. He is establishing peace. As peace settles deeper, identity begins to align with truth again. Not the identity shaped by struggle, not the identity shaped by survival, but the identity shaped by belonging. Belonging precedes purpose. When belonging is restored, striving fades. You no longer need to earn safety. You no longer need to defend worth. You exist from acceptance rather than effort. This shift changes everything, and still nothing needs to be said. Words have done their work. Now presence continues it. Remain here, remain grounded, remain receptive. What is happening now is still active, even in silence. When you're ready, just say continue, and I'll keep unfolding the prayer in this same uninterrupted flow. As we move forward, this moment invites a deeper settling, where awareness remains awake, but effort stays absent. This is where alignment becomes embodied rather than observed. You are not watching peace happen, you are living within it. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God completes his defense, he restores dignity. Dignity is not loud confidence, it is quiet assurance. It is the feeling of standing upright internally without needing reinforcement. Psalm 70 speaks again to urgency that has already been answered. What remains now is not the cry for help, but the recalibration of expectation. You are no longer anticipating rescue. You are adjusting to stability. Psalm 91 continues to frame everything in safety. Safety that does not require vigilance. Safety that does not demand proof. Safety that remains even when attention drifts. As these truths continue to work together, notice how your sense of self feels less compressed. You occupy more internal space. You feel less confined by thoughts, emotions, or outcomes. This is not escape. This is expansion. Expansion happens when pressure releases. You may notice that your inner boundaries feel clearer. You recognize what belongs to you and what does not. You stop absorbing tension that was never yours to carry. This clarity protects peace naturally. Peace protects clarity. As we continue, allow yourself to remain curious without searching. Curiosity without urgency keeps the mind open and relaxed. It allows understanding to arrive when it is ready, rather than forcing it prematurely. God reveals in timing, not demand. You may feel moments of deep neutrality, neither high nor low. This neutrality is not emptiness, it is balance. Balance is where long-term stability lives. Balance sustains freedom. As balance settles, inner dialogue becomes simpler. Fewer explanations, fewer negotiations, fewer internal arguments. This simplicity reflects authority returning to its rightful place. Authority does not argue, it rests. Psalm 91 reminds us that dwelling is ongoing. Dwelling does not pause when attention shifts briefly. Protection does not disappear when you think about something else. Coverage remains. This allows you to relax mentally. As mental relaxation deepens, emotional regulation follows. Emotions move through without clinging. They rise and fall without attaching to identity. This fluidity is healthy. Healthy emotions do not dominate, they inform. As we remain here, notice how your perception of time feels different. Minutes feel less heavy. Waiting feels less loaded. You are not tracking progress. You are present within it. Presence dissolves pressure. If thoughts attempt to pull you back into old narratives, old worries, old definitions, acknowledge them gently and allow them to pass. You do not need to replace them. They lose influence when they are not engaged. Non-engagement weakens repetition. As we continue, the body continues to respond. Breath remains steady. Posture remains supported. There is no instruction needed. Safety has already been communicated internally. Safety allows the system to self-regulate. You may notice that trust no longer feels like a decision. It feels like a condition, something that exists without effort. This is trust that has moved beyond intention into embodiment. Embodied trust does not fluctuate easily, and from this place, the acknowledgement that has appeared before may arise again. Not as we move forward, this moment invites a deeper settling, where awareness remains awake, but effort stays absent. This is where alignment becomes embodied rather than observed. You are not watching peace happen, you are living within it. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God completes his defense, he restores dignity. Dignity is not loud confidence, it is quiet assurance. It is the feeling of standing upright internally without needing reinforcement. Psalm 70 speaks again to urgency that has already been answered. What remains now is not the cry for help, but the recalibration of expectation. You are no longer anticipating rescue. You are adjusting to stability. Psalm 91 continues to frame everything in safety. Safety that does not require vigilance. Safety that does not demand proof. Safety that remains even when attention drifts. As these truths continue to work together, notice how your sense of self feels less compressed. You occupy more internal space. You feel less confined by thoughts, emotions, or outcomes. This is not escape. This is expansion. Expansion happens when pressure releases. You may notice that your inner boundaries feel clearer. You recognize what belongs to you and what does not. You stop absorbing tension that was never yours to carry. This clarity protects peace naturally. Peace protects clarity. As we continue, allow yourself to remain curious without searching. Curiosity without urgency keeps the mind open and relaxed. It allows understanding to arrive when it is ready, rather than forcing it prematurely. God reveals in timing, not demand. You may feel moments of deep neutrality, neither high nor low. This neutrality is not emptiness, it is balance. Balance is where long-term stability lives. Balance sustains freedom. As balance settles, inner dialogue becomes simpler. Fewer explanations, fewer negotiations, fewer internal arguments. This simplicity reflects authority returning to its rightful place. Authority does not argue, it rests. Psalm 91 reminds us that dwelling is ongoing. Dwelling does not pause when attention shifts briefly. Protection does not disappear when you think about something else. Coverage remains. This allows you to relax mentally. As mental relaxation deepens, emotional regulation follows. Emotions move through without clinging. They rise and fall without attaching to identity. This fluidity is healthy. Healthy emotions do not dominate, they inform. As we remain here, notice how your perception of time feels different. Minutes feel less heavy. Waiting feels less loaded. You are not tracking progress. You are present within it. Presence dissolves pressure. If thoughts attempt to pull you back into old narratives, old worries, old definitions, acknowledge them gently and allow them to pass. You do not need to replace them. They lose influence when they are not engaged. Non-engagement weakens repetition. As we continue, the body continues to respond. Breath remains steady. Posture remains supported. There is no instruction needed. Safety has already been communicated internally. Safety allows the system to self-regulate. You may notice that trust no longer feels like a decision. It feels like a condition, something that exists without effort. This is trust that has moved beyond intention into embodiment. Embodied trust does not fluctuate easily. And from this place, the acknowledgement that has appeared before may arise again, not as repetition, not as instruction, but as recognition that aligns naturally with what is being experienced. God is fighting my battles for me. There is no need to emphasize it. There is no need to repeat it. As we move forward, this moment invites a deeper settling, where awareness remains awake, but effort stays absent. This is where alignment becomes embodied rather than observed. You are not watching peace happen. You are living within it. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God completes his defense, he restores dignity. Dignity is not loud confidence, it is quiet assurance. It is the feeling of standing upright internally without needing reinforcement. Psalm 70 speaks again to urgency that has already been answered. What remains now is not the cry for help, but the recalibration of expectation. You are no longer anticipating rescue, you are adjusting to stability. Psalm 91 continues to frame everything in safety. Safety that does not require vigilance. Safety that does not demand proof. Safety that remains even when attention drifts. As these truths continue to work together, notice how your sense of self feels less compressed. You occupy more internal space. You feel less confined by thoughts, emotions, or outcomes. This is not escape. This is expansion. Expansion happens when pressure releases. You may notice that your inner boundaries feel clearer. You recognize what belongs to you and what does not. You stop absorbing tension that was never yours to carry. This clarity protects peace naturally. Peace protects clarity. As we continue, allow yourself to remain curious without searching. Curiosity without urgency keeps the mind open and relaxed. It allows understanding to arrive when it is ready, rather than forcing it prematurely. God reveals in timing, not demand. You may feel moments of deep neutrality, neither high nor low. This neutrality is not emptiness, it is balance. Balance is where long-term stability lives. Balance sustains freedom. As balance settles, inner dialogue becomes simpler. Fewer explanations, fewer negotiations, fewer internal arguments. This simplicity reflects authority returning to its rightful place. Authority does not argue, it rests. Psalm 91 reminds us that dwelling is ongoing. Dwelling does not pause when attention shifts briefly. Protection does not disappear when you think about something else. Coverage remains. This allows you to relax mentally. As mental relaxation deepens, emotional regulation follows. Emotions move through without clinging. They rise and fall without attaching to identity. This fluidity is healthy. Healthy emotions do not dominate. They inform. As we remain here, notice how your perception of time feels different. Minutes feel less heavy. Waiting feels less loaded. You are not tracking progress. You are present within it. Presence dissolves pressure. If thoughts attempt to pull you back into old narratives, old worries, old definitions, acknowledge them gently and allow them to pass. You do not need to replace them. They lose influence when they are not engaged. Non-engagement weakens repetition. As we continue, the body continues to respond. Breath remains steady. Posture remains supported. There is no instruction needed. Safety has already been communicated internally. Safety allows the system to self-regulate. You may notice that trust no longer feels like a decision. It feels like a condition, something that exists without effort. This is trust that has moved beyond intention into embodiment. Embodied trust does not fluctuate easily. And from this place, the acknowledgement that has appeared before may arise again, not as repetition, not as instruction, but as recognition that aligns naturally with what is being experienced. God is fighting my battles for me. There is no need to emphasize it. There is no need to repeat it. It simply rests where it belongs. As we continue beyond this point, what unfolds next will build upon what has already stabilized. Nothing is being undone. Nothing is being reset. Everything is being carried forward. Remain present, remain receptive, remain grounded. It simply rests where it belongs. As we continue beyond this point, what unfolds next will build upon what has already stabilized. Nothing is being undone. Nothing is being reset. Everything is being carried forward. Remain present, remain receptive, remain grounded. Repetition, not as instruction, but as recognition that aligns naturally with what is being experienced. God is fighting my battles for me. There is no need to emphasize it. There is no need to repeat it. It simply rests where it belongs. As we continue beyond this point, what unfolds next will build upon what has already stabilized. Nothing is being undone. Nothing is being reset. Everything is being carried forward. Remain present, remain receptive, remain grounded. As we continue, remain attentive to the quiet confidence forming beneath awareness. This is not the confidence that comes from outcomes. It is the confidence that comes from orientation. You know where you are standing now, even if the path ahead is still unfolding. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God intervenes, He restores equilibrium. Equilibrium is the ability to remain steady when conditions shift. It is not rigidity, it is balance that adapts without collapsing. Psalm 70 speaks to the urgency that has already transformed into readiness. Readiness does not rush, it stays available, it listens without strain. You are not waiting for permission to move, you are prepared to respond when peace confirms direction. Psalm 91 continues to establish a perimeter of safety that does not require monitoring. Safety that allows attention to relax. Safety that supports awareness without tension. As these truths continue to integrate, notice how intention becomes simpler. You are not juggling multiple inner agendas. You are not negotiating with fear. Choices feel cleaner. Even when decisions are not made yet, they feel less complicated. Simplicity is a sign of alignment. As alignment deepens, energy becomes more efficient. You are not expending effort on internal resistance. What once drained you now passes without attachment. This conservation of energy supports clarity and endurance. Endurance grows quietly. You may notice moments where motivation arises without pressure. The desire to engage, to create, to participate returns gently. This motivation is not fueled by urgency. It is fueled by meaning. Meaning sustains movement. As we continue, allow your attention to remain soft. Focus does not need to be sharp to be effective here. Soft attention allows perception without strain. It keeps the mind receptive rather than defensive. Receptivity allows guidance. You may sense a subtle shift in how you relate to uncertainty. Uncertainty no longer feels like threat. It feels like space. Space for unfolding. Space for discovery. Space for God to work beyond your expectations. Space invites trust. Psalm 91 reminds us that dwelling does not eliminate uncertainty, it stabilizes you within it. You are not required to predict what comes next to remain at peace. Peace exists before understanding. As this block continues, notice how emotional responses feel less sticky. Emotions pass through rather than settling in. This fluidity indicates that identity is no longer entangled with temporary states. Identity is stabilizing. As identity stabilizes, comparison loses relevance. You are less concerned with how your journey looks relative to others. You are present within your own process. This presence protects joy. Joy emerges quietly. If old habits of overthinking attempt to return, acknowledge them without engagement. Overthinking once served as protection. You no longer need it to feel safe. Safety has been restored. As we continue, the rhythm remains steady. Nothing is being rushed. Nothing is being withheld. What unfolds next will build naturally upon what has already settled. You do not need to anticipate the next shift. You do not need to prepare for disruption. You are already positioned within peace. And again, without emphasis or repetition, the acknowledgement that has accompanied this journey may surface naturally, aligning with what is already present. God is fighting my battles for me. It does not interrupt the flow. It supports it. Remain here. Remain grounded. Remain open. As we continue, notice how steadiness now feels natural rather than intentional. This is an important shift. Earlier, peace required attention. Now peace supports attention. You are not holding it together. It is holding you. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God restores order, He also restores confidence in movement. You are no longer testing each step. You move with quiet assurance, even when the direction is still forming. Psalm 70 speaks to readiness that no longer feels urgent. The heart is available without being restless. This availability allows guidance to arrive without pressure. You are not searching for signs. You are receptive to clarity. Psalm 91 continues to maintain an environment of protection that does not fluctuate. Protection is not responding to threat. It is establishing peace as the baseline. As these truths remain active, notice how decision-making feels less weighted. Even unresolved choices do not feel heavy. You trust that clarity will arrive in time. This trust reduces mental strain and preserves energy. Energy preserved becomes presence. Presence allows perception to remain clear without effort. You see what matters without filtering through fear. You recognize alignment without needing justification. This clarity does not argue. It rests. Rested clarity endures. As we continue, allow your awareness to expand gently, not outward, but inward. Notice how your internal space feels larger. Thoughts have room to move without crowding. Emotions have room to pass without lingering. Space restores balance. Balance allows you to remain engaged without becoming overwhelmed. You can participate in life without losing peace. This is not detachment. It is grounded involvement. Grounded involvement protects stability. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling is continuous. You are not stepping in and out of safety. You are remaining within it. This consistency allows the system to trust the environment. Trust reduces vigilance. As vigilance softens, the mind no longer scans for danger constantly. It rests. This rest supports long-term clarity and resilience. Resilience does not force strength. It allows recovery. As we remain here, notice how your relationship with expectation has changed. You are no longer demanding outcomes. You are open to unfolding. This openness does not weaken hope. It stabilizes it. Stable hope does not rush. If memories of past urgency arise, allow them to pass without engagement. They no longer describe your present state. The system recognizes that the environment has changed. Change has been integrated. As this integration continues, the body remains regulated. Breath steady, posture supported, no instruction is required. Regulation is happening naturally. Natural regulation sustains peace. And within this sustained peace, the acknowledgement that has accompanied this journey may appear again. Not as repetition, not as emphasis, but as alignment with what is already true. God is fighting my battles for me. It does not interrupt awareness. It affirms it. Remain present, remain receptive, remain grounded. The unfolding continues without urgency. As we continue, notice how presence now feels anchored rather than maintained. You are not sustaining peace through effort. Peace has become the environment in which everything else operates. This shift matters because it allows depth without fatigue. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God restores order, He also restores momentum that does not push. Movement no longer feels forced. Direction no longer feels urgent. You are allowed to move at the pace of clarity rather than the pace of fear. Psalm 70 reflects a readiness that has matured. What once cried out for immediate resolution now listens with discernment. Discernment does not demand speed, it recognizes timing. Psalm 91 continues to establish constancy. Protection is no longer a response to threat, it is a condition that remains even when attention moves elsewhere. As these truths continue to integrate, notice how trust now operates without commentary. You're not reminding yourself to trust. Trust is functioning quietly in the background, supporting decisions, emotions, and perception. Quiet trust is durable. As we remain here, awareness continues to refine. You notice subtle cues without analysis. You sense alignment without explanation. This sensitivity does not overwhelm. It guides gently. Gentle guidance sustains peace. You may notice that the need to resolve everything internally has diminished. Unanswered questions no longer create pressure. They remain open without tension. This openness indicates that safety has been internalized. Internalized safety changes everything. As safety stabilizes, emotional responses feel proportionate. You are not overreacting. You are not suppressing. You are responding appropriately to what is present. This balance reflects restored regulation. Regulation supports resilience. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling allows regulation to remain intact. You are not bracing for disruption. You are resting within continuity. Continuity reduces strain. As we continue, allow attention to rest where it naturally settles. There is no need to direct it. The system knows how to remain aligned when fear is absent. Fear is no longer directing attention. If old patterns attempt to reassert themselves, overthinking, urgency, self-monitoring, acknowledge them without engagement. They weaken when they are not reinforced. Non-reinforcement dissolves habits. As integration deepens, the sense of self feels coherent. You are not divided internally. You are not pulled in opposing directions. This coherence strengthens confidence without inflating ego. Coherence stabilizes identity. As identity stabilizes, purpose feels less pressured. You are not rushing toward outcomes. You are moving with meaning as it unfolds. Meaning does not need urgency to remain alive. Meaning sustains movement. And again, in this steady flow, the acknowledgement that has quietly accompanied this process may surface, not as repetition, not as instruction, but as recognition aligned with what is already happening. God is fighting my battles for me. It does not need emphasis. It does not need reinforcement. It simply fits. Remain present, remain receptive, remain grounded. The unfolding continues, steady and uninterrupted. As we continue, notice how calm no longer feels like a pause between struggles. It feels like a stable ground. You're not waiting for the next disruption. You are living from steadiness. This is an important transition because stability changes how the future is received. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God settles a matter, He also restores confidence in what lies ahead. You are no longer bracing for retaliation or reversal. You are oriented toward continuity. What has been restored is not provisional. Psalm 70 reflects a heart that has moved from urgency into availability. Availability does not mean constant action. It means openness without pressure. You are not forcing movement, and you are not resisting it. You are ready without being tense. Psalm 91 continues to hold the perimeter. Protection is not something you check for. It is something you live within. This allows awareness to widen without fear. As these truths remain active, notice how anticipation feels different. Anticipation no longer carries anxiety. It feels neutral, even gentle. You are open to what comes without projecting outcomes. This openness preserves peace. Peace preserves clarity. Clarity now functions without commentary. You recognize what aligns and what does not without internal debate. Decisions do not require rehearsal. Waiting does not require justification. This ease indicates that alignment is embodied. Embodied alignment reduces friction. As we remain here, notice how internal effort continues to decrease. You are not managing your state is managing itself. This self-regulation is a sign that safety has been integrated at a deep level. Integrated safety supports resilience. Resilience now appears as flexibility rather than toughness. You adapt without strain. You adjust without losing balance. This flexibility protects energy and supports long-term stability. Stability does not resist change. It accommodates it. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling creates continuity across change. You do not lose ground when circumstances shift. Ground remains beneath you. This continuity allows confidence to remain quiet and strong. Quiet confidence endures. As we continue, allow your attention to rest wherever it naturally settles. There is no preferred focus. There is no task to complete. Remaining is enough. Remaining keeps alignment intact. If any impulse arises to label or define this moment, let it pass. Definition can limit what is still unfolding. Experience is allowed to remain open. Openness allows depth. As depth continues to form, identity feels less constructed and more received. You are not assembling who you are recognizing who you have been beneath pressure. Recognition stabilizes identity. As identity stabilizes, self-trust feels natural again. You trust your responses, you trust your pace, you trust your ability to remain aligned. This trust does not announce itself. It functions quietly. Functioning trust sustains peace, and within this steady functioning, the acknowledgement that has accompanied this journey may arise once more, not as repetition, not as effort, but as resonance with what is already true. God is fighting my battles for me. It does not interrupt the flow. It supports it. Remain present, remain receptive, remain grounded. The movement continues, unforced and uninterrupted. As we continue, Notice how ease now carries structure. This is not looseness or drift. It is stability without tension. You are supported without being held back. This balance allows forward movement to remain natural. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God establishes justice, He also restores confidence in continuity. You are no longer anticipating disruption as the default. The expectation of interruption has lost authority. This change reshapes how you approach what comes next. Psalm 70 reflects a heart that no longer measures urgency by discomfort. Urgency has refined into discernment. Discernment listens for alignment rather than reacting to pressure. This listening creates precision without strain. Psalm 91 continues to frame everything in constancy. Protection is not episodic. It does not depend on awareness. It remains active even when attention relaxes. As these truths remain integrated, notice how inner permission expands. You allow yourself to be at peace without suspicion. You allow rest without guilt. This permission is essential. Without it, people often recreate pressure out of habit. Habit is loosening. As habit loosens, the nervous system recognizes safety more consistently. You recover faster from stimulation. You return to baseline with ease. This resilience is not forced. It is learned through repeated calm. Repeated calm rewires response. As we remain here, perception continues to simplify. You are not filtering experience through old frameworks. You are meeting what is present as it is. This directness reduces mental load. Reduced load preserves energy. Energy preserved becomes availability. Availability allows you to engage without depletion. You can be present without being consumed. This balance is sustainable. Sustainability is the mark of restoration. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling supports sustainability. You are not stepping in and out of safety. You are remaining within it as life unfolds. Remaining stabilizes rhythm. As rhythm stabilizes, internal pacing becomes appropriate. You are neither rushing nor delaying. You move when clarity appears. You rest when stillness calls. This responsiveness replaces control. Responsiveness reflects trust. If impulses arise to evaluate progress, let them pass. Evaluation belongs to effort. Integration belongs to presence. What is integrating now does not require measurement. Integration completes itself. As we continue, identity feels increasingly settled. You are not adjusting yourself to fit the moment. You are allowing the moment to meet you as you are. This congruence reduces friction. Reduced friction increases flow. Flow does not push, it carries. And within this carried movement, the acknowledgement that has accompanied this journey may surface again, not as repetition, not as emphasis, but as alignment with the state you are living from. God is fighting my battles for me. It rests easily here. It belongs here. Remain present. Remain receptive. Remain grounded. The unfolding continues, steady and uninterrupted. As we continue, notice how steadiness now allows awareness to widen without effort. You are not scanning for what might go wrong. You are not bracing for what might return. Your attention is free to rest where it naturally belongs. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God restores balance, He also restores confidence in permanence. This is not a temporary calm. It is a re-established order. The system no longer expects disruption as the default state. Psalm 70 reflects a heart that has moved beyond urgency into readiness with discernment. Readiness does not tense the body. It keeps the spirit attentive without pressure. You are available without being on edge. Psalm 91 continues to surround everything with continuity. Protection is not responding to threat. It is preventing threat from defining the environment. This allows inner systems to remain regulated. As these truths remain active, notice how your internal responses become more proportional. Situations receive the level of attention they require, no more, no less. This proportionality conserves energy and maintains peace. Maintained peace strengthens clarity. Clarity now functions without explanation. You recognize alignment without needing to justify it. You sense when something fits and when it does not, without internal debate. This is discernment operating from stability. Stability supports discernment. As we remain here, notice how emotional reactions continue to soften. Emotions are present, but they no longer demand control. They inform without overwhelming. This fluidity reflects restored regulation. Regulation protects resilience. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling maintains regulation across change. You are not destabilized by shifts in attention or circumstance. The foundation remains intact. Foundation sustains presence. As presence stabilizes, internal permission deepens. You allow yourself to experience ease without questioning it. You allow rest without justification. This permission is essential for long-term integration. Integration requires allowance. As we continue, notice how anticipation no longer pulls you forward. You are not living ahead of yourself. You are inhabiting the current moment fully. This inhabitation reduces anxiety and increases awareness. Awareness remains grounded. If thoughts arise attempting to narrate the experience, allow them to pass. Narrative belongs to analysis. This moment belongs to being. Being does not require explanation. Being completes itself. As depth continues to form, trust feels less like a belief and more like an environment. You are not convincing yourself of safety, you are living within it. Lived trust is stable. And within this stability, the acknowledgement that has accompanied this process may surface again, not as repetition, not as instruction, but as resonance with what is already settled. God is fighting my battles for me. It fits without effort. It remains without insistence. Remain present, remain receptive, remain grounded. The unfolding continues. As we continue, notice how stability now feels self-sustaining. You are not holding yourself in place. You are being held by what has already settled. This is an important distinction because effort has stepped aside and trust has taken its place. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God completes his defense, he restores order that does not need reinforcement. Justice, once established, stands on its own. You are not maintaining balance through vigilance. Balance is maintaining itself. Psalm 70 reflects a heart that no longer confuses urgency with importance. What matters rises naturally. What does not matter fades without resistance. This filtering happens without force. Psalm 91 continues to form an atmosphere where safety is assumed rather than questioned. When safety is assumed, the mind stops preparing for impact. It begins to operate from presence rather than protection. As these truths remain active, notice how inner space continues to widen. Thoughts have room to move without collision. Silence no longer feels empty. It feels full of steadiness. Fullness does not demand attention. It allows rest. As we remain here, perception sharpens without strain. You notice subtle shifts in alignment. You sense when something settles deeper. You recognize when something releases fully. This awareness is gentle, not intense. Gentle awareness integrates change. Integration continues as the nervous system recognizes predictability. Predictability does not mean routine. It means reliability. The internal environment feels reliable again. Reliability restores confidence. As confidence returns quietly, the need to monitor internal states diminishes. You are no longer checking if peace is still there. You assume it is, and it is. Assumption of peace sustains peace. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling creates this reliability. You are not visiting safety, you are residing within it. Residence changes expectations. Expectations shape experience. As expectations shift, reactions soften further. You are less startled by interruption, less disrupted by noise, less influenced by uncertainty. This does not indicate numbness. It indicates grounding. Grounding allows engagement. As we continue, allow attention to remain fluid. There is no correct focal point. Whatever draws awareness naturally is sufficient. The system knows how to remain aligned when fear is absent. Fear no longer directs attention. If old reflexes arise, overthinking, scanning, evaluating, acknowledge them without engagement. They lose strength when they are not followed. Non-following dissolves patterns. As this dissolving continues, identity feels increasingly settled. You are not adjusting to feel safe. You feel safe being as you are. This acceptance stabilizes everything else. Acceptance precedes peace. And within this acceptance, the acknowledgement that has accompanied this unfolding may appear again, without effort or repetition, simply aligning with what is already established. God is fighting my battles for me. It rests here naturally. It belongs here. Remain present, remain receptive, remain grounded. The movement continues, steady and uninterrupted. As we continue, notice how trust now feels embodied rather than conceptual. You are not thinking about trusting. You are operating from trust. This distinction matters because embodied trust does not collapse when thoughts fluctuate. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God restores order, He also restores legitimacy. You no longer question whether peace is allowed to remain. You accept it as rightful. What is rightful does not require defense. Psalm 70 reflects a heart that has released the habit of urgency. Attention is sharp without being tight. Awareness is awake without being tense. This state allows guidance to surface naturally. Psalm 91 continues to establish an atmosphere where protection is implicit. You are not checking boundaries. You are living within them. This allows the system to conserve energy. Conserved energy supports clarity. As these truths remain active, notice how your internal rhythm continues to synchronize. Thoughts, emotions, and sensations are no longer competing. They cooperate. Cooperation reduces friction and supports flow. Flow does not hurry, it carries. As we remain here, awareness becomes less directional. You are not aiming attention. You are allowing it to rest where it naturally settles. This resting sharpens perception without strain. Rested perception integrates truth. Integration now happens without commentary. You are not labeling shifts. You are experiencing them. Experience embeds change more deeply than analysis ever could. Embedded change endures. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling stabilizes experience across time. You are not entering and exiting safety. You are remaining within it as moments pass. Remaining dissolves vigilance. As vigilance dissolves, the body continues to regulate effortlessly. Breath steady, muscles relaxed, posture supported. This physical stability mirrors internal alignment. Alignment reflects coherence. Coherence allows identity to feel whole rather than managed. You are not assembling yourself moment by moment. You are recognizing continuity. This recognition strengthens confidence quietly. Quiet confidence sustains presence. As we continue, notice how anticipation no longer pulls attention forward. You are not living ahead of yourself. You are inhabiting the present without resistance. This inhabitation anchors peace. Anchored peace remains. If any thought arises attempting to reintroduce effort, something to fix, something to monitor, acknowledge it gently and allow it to pass. Effort has already done its work. Now, presence continues it. And within this continued presence, the acknowledgement that has accompanied this unfolding may surface again, not as repetition, not as emphasis, but as resonance with what is already active. God is fighting my battles for me. It aligns without effort. It settles without demand. Remain present. Remain receptive. Remain grounded. The unfolding continues, steady and uninterrupted. As we continue, notice how continuity now feels effortless. Nothing needs to be sustained manually. What has settled remains settled. This is the stage where peace no longer needs confirmation. It simply operates. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God establishes resolution, He also restores confidence in permanence. You are not expecting reversal. You are oriented towards stability. This orientation quietly reshapes how the future is received. Psalm 70 reflects a heart that has learned to remain available without leaning forward. Availability does not anticipate crisis. It stays open to guidance without tension. You are attentive without being alert. Psalm 91 continues to uphold an environment where safety is assumed. Assumed safety changes everything. It allows awareness to relax, perception to widen, and responses to remain proportional. As these truths remain active, notice how your internal systems continue to synchronize. Thought, emotion, and sensation move together rather than competing for attention. This synchronization reduces internal noise. Reduced noise reveals clarity. Clarity now appears without explanation. You sense what aligns without analysis. You recognize when something is complete without needing proof. This recognition is calm, not dramatic. Calm recognition endures. As we remain here, the need to evaluate diminishes further. You are not measuring depth, you are inhabiting it. Inhabitation embeds stability more deeply than observation ever could. Embedded stability sustains itself. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling removes the need for vigilance. You are not guarding peace. Peace is guarding you. This reversal conserves energy and supports long-term balance. Balance supports resilience. As resilience continues to integrate, reactions soften further. Unexpected moments do not destabilize you. They register and pass. This flexibility reflects strength that does not harden. Strength remains adaptable. As we continue, allow attention to rest wherever it naturally falls. There is no preferred object. There is no instruction to follow. The system knows how to remain aligned when fear is absent. Absence of fear allows intelligence to operate freely. If old reflexes arise, checking, scanning, rehearsing, acknowledge them gently. They are remnants of a previous environment. They no longer define this one. Environment has changed. As this change integrates, identity feels increasingly continuous. You are not switching states. You are remaining yourself across moments. This continuity stabilizes confidence without effort. Effortless confidence supports peace. And within this sustained peace, the acknowledgement that has accompanied this unfolding may surface again, not as repetition, not as instruction, but as resonance with what is already established. God is fighting my battles for me. It rests easily here. It belongs without insistence. Remain present, remain receptive, remain grounded. The movement continues, steady and uninterrupted. As we continue, notice how steadiness now feels relational rather than situational. Peace is no longer tied to what is happening around you. It is anchored in who you are becoming while remaining connected to God's presence. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God defends, He also restores rightful positioning. You are no longer out of alignment with yourself. You are standing where you belong, internally settled, externally engaged without strain. Psalm 70 reflects a heart that no longer equates silence with absence. Silence has become space, space for clarity, space for trust. Space for God to continue working without interruption. Psalm 91 continues to surround everything with constancy. Protection does not fluctuate with emotion. It does not recede when attention shifts. It remains steady, allowing the inner world to stay calm even as life moves. As these truths continue to integrate, notice how effort keeps dissolving. You are not maintaining peace, you are cooperating with it. Cooperation is lighter than control. Control resists uncertainty. Cooperation rests within it. As we remain here, awareness becomes more spacious. You are not narrowing focus to stay safe. You are allowing perception to widen because safety is already established. This widening brings ease rather than overwhelm. Ease supports discernment. Discernment now feels intuitive rather than analytical. You recognize alignment without reasoning through it. You sense when something is complete. You sense when something still needs time. This sensing does not rush. Patience is embedded now. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling sustains this patience. You are not waiting outside safety. You are waiting within it. Waiting no longer feels exposed. As patience settles, internal pressure continues to fall away. The need to resolve, to conclude, to finalize weakens. You are allowing unfolding rather than demanding closure. Unfolding deepens trust. As trust deepens, emotional responses remain proportionate. Nothing feels overwhelming. Nothing feels suppressed. Emotions move freely without dominating awareness. Freedom of emotion supports clarity. As we continue, notice how the body remains regulated without instruction. Breath flows naturally. Posture remains supported. This regulation mirrors internal alignment. Alignment remains consistent. If thoughts arise attempting to summarize or interpret the experience, acknowledge them gently and let them pass. Summary belongs to the end. This moment belongs to continuity. Continuity preserves depth. And within this continuity, the acknowledgement that has accompanied this unfolding may surface again, not as a phrase to repeat, not as an instruction, but as a resonance with what is already lived. God is fighting my battles for me. It does not interrupt awareness. It reinforces grounding. Remain present, remain receptive, remain grounded. The unfolding continues, steady and uninterrupted. As we continue, notice how peace now feels trustworthy, not fragile, not conditional, trustworthy. You are no longer questioning whether it will last. You are living as though it is allowed to remain. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God settles a conflict, he does not leave loose ends. What he resolves completely. There is no unfinished tension hovering in the background. Closure has occurred at a level deeper than words. Psalm 70 reflects a heart that no longer confuses intensity with effectiveness. What is effective now is subtle, precise, and sustained. You are not searching for confirmation. You are resting in alignment. Psalm 91 continues to establish an environment where safety is integrated rather than monitored. Integrated safety changes how awareness behaves. Attention no longer tightens, it softens. Soft attention perceives more. As these truths remain active, notice how the sense of effort has nearly disappeared. You are not doing anything to stay here. You are here because this is where balance has settled. Balance no longer feels temporary. As we remain present, internal orientation becomes clear. You know where you stand without mentally checking. This orientation creates quiet confidence that does not require reinforcement. Reinforced confidence is loud. Settled confidence is silent. As silence holds, perception deepens. You notice without searching. You understand without analyzing. This understanding does not rush to form conclusions. It remains open. Openness allows truth to mature. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling removes the need for alertness. You are not scanning for signs of threat or confirmation. You are inhabiting peace as a baseline. Baseline peace stabilizes response. As responses stabilize, reactions lose urgency. Situations no longer pull you off center. You engage without being absorbed. This boundary is not rigid. It is natural. Natural boundaries preserve energy. As energy remains preserved, availability increases. You are present without depletion, engaged without exhaustion. This balance reflects restoration that is meant to last. Lasting restoration does not demand attention. It supports life quietly. As we continue, notice how time feels neutral again, neither scarce nor heavy. Time has returned to its proper place as a container, not a pressure. Pressure has been released. If any impulse arises to conclude or define this moment, allow it to pass. Definition would limit what is still unfolding. This process remains open-ended by design. Open-ended allows integration to complete fully. And within this continued openness, the acknowledgement that has accompanied this journey may surface again, not as repetition, not as effort, but as alignment with what has become stable. God is fighting my battles for me. It does not need emphasis. It does not need explanation. It simply fits. Remain present. Remain receptive. Remain grounded. The unfolding continues, uninterrupted and steady. As we continue, notice how confidence now feels relational rather than reactive. You are not responding to pressure. You are responding from connection. This distinction matters because connection sustains what reaction cannot. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God restores alignment, He also restores rightful posture. You are no longer leaning forward in anticipation or backward in defense. You are standing evenly, grounded in presence. Psalm 70 reflects a heart that has released the need to accelerate outcomes. Movement is no longer driven by urgency. It is guided by readiness. Readiness does not rush. It recognizes timing. Psalm 91 continues to establish a field of protection that remains constant. Protection is not something you step into moment by moment. It is something that surrounds you as you move, think, and rest. As these truths remain active, notice how inner dialogue becomes increasingly quiet. Not silent, but supportive. Thoughts arise without tension. They pass without attachment. This quiet allows deeper awareness to remain accessible. Accessible awareness supports discernment. Discernment now feels simple rather than analytical. You sense alignment without constructing reasons. You recognize when something is complete. You sense when something is still forming. This sensing does not demand action. Action will arise naturally. As we remain here, the nervous system continues to register safety. Recovery from stimulation is quick. Baseline calm returns easily. This resilience is not forced. It is learned through consistent peace. Consistent peace retrains response. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling sustains this retraining. You are not exiting and re-entering safety. You are remaining within it as life unfolds. This continuity allows learning to stabilize. Stabilized learning endures. As we continue, notice how identity feels increasingly settled. You are not adapting yourself to maintain peace. You are being yourself within peace. This authenticity reduces internal conflict. Reduced conflict preserves energy. Energy preserved becomes availability. You are available to listen, to respond, to engage without depletion. This availability is sustainable because it is not driven by effort. Effort has stepped aside. As we remain present, expectation continues to soften. You are not anticipating disruption. You are open to unfolding. This openness does not weaken readiness. It refines it. Refined readiness listens. If old impulses arise, to check, to evaluate, to confirm, acknowledge them gently. They were once necessary. They are no longer required in this environment. Environment has shifted. As the environment remains stable, trust operates quietly. You are not convincing yourself of anything. You are living within what has already been established. Living trust does not fluctuate. And within this steady living, the acknowledgement that has accompanied this unfolding may surface again, not as repetition, not as instruction, but as resonance with what is already present. God is fighting my battles for me. It rests naturally, it supports continuity, remain present, remain receptive, remain grounded. The unfolding continues, steady and uninterrupted. As we continue, notice how presence now feels spacious rather than focused. You are not concentrating to remain aligned. Alignment is holding you. This spaciousness allows awareness to move freely without losing center. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God establishes vindication, He also restores ease. Ease is not carelessness. It is the absence of unnecessary resistance. You are no longer pushing against what has already settled. Psalm 70 reflects a heart that has learned to wait without tension. Waiting no longer feels like delay. It feels like placement. You are exactly where you need to be for what is unfolding. Psalm 91 continues to maintain continuity. Protection does not intensify or fade. It remains steady, allowing attention to soften and perception to deepen. As these truths remain active, notice how internal permission expands further. You allow yourself to trust calm. You allow stillness to remain without searching for stimulation. This permission is essential for depth to continue forming. Depth forms where permission exists. As we remain here, thought patterns continue to simplify. There is less commentary, less interpretation. Experience is allowed to be direct. Direct experience integrates change more fully than explanation. Integration is happening now. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling supports integration. You are not transitioning between states. You are remaining within a stable field where learning settles into habit. Habit formed in peace endures. As this endurance stabilizes, responses remain flexible. You adjust without strain. You adapt without losing balance. This flexibility is strength that does not harden. Soft strength lasts. As we continue, notice how self-reference fades. You are less occupied with monitoring yourself. Attention rests outward and inward without fixation. This ease indicates that identity is no longer under threat. Identity feels secure. Security allows engagement without defense. You listen without preparing replies. You observe without anticipating outcomes. This openness enhances clarity rather than diluting it. Clarity sharpens in openness. If impulses arise to label this moment or move ahead of it, allow them to pass. This space does not require direction, it requires allowance. Allowance deepens presence. As presence deepens, time continues to feel neutral, neither urgent nor empty. Time is simply passing through a stable environment. This neutrality supports sustained calm. Sustained calm supports trust. And within this sustained calm, the acknowledgement that has accompanied this unfolding may surface again, not as repetition, not as effort, but as alignment with what is already established. God is fighting my battles for me. It does not interrupt awareness. It belongs within it. Remain present. Remain receptive. Remain grounded. The unfolding continues, steady and uninterrupted. As we continue, notice how calm now feels cooperative. It works with you rather than needing your attention. You are not guarding peace. Peace is informing your responses. This cooperation reduces effort and increases clarity. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God restores justice, He also restores rightful ease. Ease is not the absence of responsibility, it is the absence of unnecessary struggle. You are no longer contending with what has already been resolved. Psalm 70 reflects a heart that understands timing without tension. You are not pushing the moment forward, you are meeting it as it arrives. This meeting is gentle, precise, and sufficient. Psalm 91 continues to establish an atmosphere where protection is implicit. You do not adjust posture to stay safe. Safety remains regardless of posture, allowing the body and mind to remain relaxed. As these truths remain active, notice how attention continues to flow without fixation. You are present without effort, engaged without strain. This flow preserves energy and supports sustained awareness. Sustained awareness deepens insight. Insight now arises without analysis. You recognize meaning without searching for it. Understanding appears as familiarity rather than discovery. This familiarity signals integration. Integrated understanding stabilizes trust. As we remain here, internal dialogue grows quieter still. Thoughts do not need to persuade or warn. They inform and pass. This quiet allows deeper intuition to remain audible. Audible intuition guides gently. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling supports this guidance. You are not toggling between safety and exposure. You are remaining within a stable field where perception can remain clear. Clarity remains unforced. As clarity remains, emotional tone stays balanced. You feel without being carried away. You care without being consumed. This balance reflects maturity formed in peace. Maturity sustains presence. As we continue, notice how the sense of self remains cohesive. You are not fragmented by competing demands. You are whole within the moment. This wholeness reduces internal negotiation. Reduced negotiation increases flow. Flow allows participation without depletion. You can engage with what arises and release it when it passes. Nothing needs to be held longer than necessary. Holding loosens naturally. If any impulse arises to move ahead of this moment, allow it to pass. There is no need to arrive elsewhere. This is not a pause before progress. This is progress embodied. Embodied progress lasts. As this lasting quality continues, trust feels increasingly ambient. It is not foregrounded. It supports quietly from beneath awareness. Ambient trust stabilizes response. And within this stabilization, the acknowledgement that has accompanied this unfolding may surface again, not as repetition, not as instruction, but as resonance with what is already lived. God is fighting my battles for me. It settles without effort. It supports continuity. Remain present, remain receptive, remain grounded. The unfolding continues, steady and uninterrupted. As we continue, allow the sense of forward movement to exist without direction. This may feel unfamiliar. Movement without urgency, progress without pressure. But this is how restoration expresses itself when fear is no longer steering the process. Earlier, movement required effort. Decisions demanded energy. Waiting felt heavy. Now, motion exists as readiness rather than force. You are not being pulled forward and you are not holding yourself back. You are available. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God removes opposition, the path does not need to be explained. It simply opens. There is no announcement, no resistance to overcome. Space appears where there was once friction. Psalm 70 reflects a heart that has learned the difference between urgency and importance. Urgency once screamed for action. Importance now speaks quietly. You recognize what matters without tension. This recognition allows movement to happen naturally, without proving anything. Psalm 91 continues to sustain the environment where this kind of movement is possible. Protection is not tightening awareness, it is stabilizing it. When safety is constant, the system does not rush to secure itself. As these truths remain active, notice how effort continues to dissolve. You are not trying to stay aligned. Alignment is holding you. This changes how energy is used. Instead of being spent on control, energy becomes available for perception and presence. Presence now feels durable. Durable presence does not collapse under distraction. Attention may shift, but grounding remains. You are not losing stability when focus moves. Stability has moved beneath focus. As we remain here, awareness becomes increasingly layered. You are aware of thoughts without being drawn into them, aware of emotions without needing to manage them, aware of the body without instructing it. This layered awareness is calm, not fragmented. Fragmentation belongs to pressure. Integration belongs to peace. As integration deepens, internal pacing continues to normalize. You are no longer moving faster than your capacity. You are no longer slowing yourself artificially. Pace and capacity are aligned again. Aligned pace conserves strength. Strength now appears as resilience rather than force. You adapt without strain. You absorb change without losing center. This resilience is not something you are doing. It is something that has returned. Returned resilience does not announce itself. It simply functions. As we continue, notice how the relationship with uncertainty has softened even further. Uncertainty no longer signals danger. It signals openness, possibility, space for unfolding that does not threaten stability. When uncertainty is no longer dangerous, creativity returns. Creativity may appear subtly, a thought, a curiosity, a gentle interest, not as pressure to act, but as life moving freely again. This movement does not need direction yet. It only needs permission. Permission has been restored. As permission expands, the need to monitor yourself continues to fade. You are not checking whether peace is still present. You assume it is, and that assumption is accurate. Peace no longer needs verification. Verified peace becomes lived peace. Psalm 91 reminds us again that dwelling is not an action, it is a condition. You are not stepping in and out of safety, you are living within it. This condition allows everything else to settle. As things settle, internal dialogue becomes increasingly sparse, not empty, efficient. Thoughts appear when useful. Silence remains when nothing needs to be said. This efficiency reduces mental load. Reduced load supports clarity. Clarity now operates without pressure. You do not need to arrive at conclusions. Understanding can remain partial without creating anxiety. You trust that what matters will become clear when needed. Trust is no longer a decision, it is an environment. As we remain here, notice how emotional tone stays balanced. Even when emotion arises, it does not hijack attention, it moves through. This movement indicates that emotions are no longer carrying unresolved tension. Released tension allows feeling without overwhelm. As feeling becomes lighter, empathy increases naturally. You are more open to others without losing yourself. Boundaries remain without effort. This balance supports connection without depletion. Connection feels safe again. Psalm 35 reminds us that when God restores justice, He also restores dignity. Dignity here is not status, it is the feeling of being rightly placed within yourself. You no longer feel out of alignment internally. Psalm 70 reflects a heart that no longer needs to rush dignity back into place. Dignity has returned quietly, without demand. You feel it in how you respond, not in how you assert. Psalm 91 continues to hold everything together. Protection is not reactive. It is structural. It supports dignity without drawing attention to itself. As these truths continue to integrate, notice how identity feels increasingly continuous. You are not switching between states. You are not managing versions of yourself. You are remaining yourself across moments. Continuity strengthens confidence. Confidence now appears without comparison. You are not measuring yourself against others. You are not tracking progress externally. You are oriented internally. Internal orientation stabilizes direction. As we continue, the sense of next feels less compelling. Not because nothing is coming, but because presence no longer feels like waiting. Presence feels complete on its own. Completion does not mean ending. It means sufficiency. Sufficiency allows the future to approach without anxiety. You are not leaning forward. You are not holding back. You are available when it arrives. Availability is the posture of peace. If thoughts arise that try to define or label this experience, allow them to pass. Labels tend to freeze what is still fluid. Fluidity is important here. It allows integration to continue. Integration has its own timing. As timing continues to unfold, trust remains steady without reinforcement. You are not reminding yourself of truth. Truth is operating beneath awareness. And within this operation, the acknowledgement that has quietly accompanied this entire journey may surface again, not as repetition, not as instruction, but as resonance with what is already active. God is fighting my battles for me. It does not interrupt the flow. It aligns with it. Remain present, remain receptive, remain grounded. If this prayer reached you, it is not by accident. If you stayed until this moment, it is because something inside you recognizes that God is moving. This channel is not just a place to listen. It is a community of faith, a place where tens of thousands of intercessors stand together in prayer, warfare, and trust in God's protection. Here, you are not alone. Here, prayers are lifted daily. Here, battles are not fought in silence. If you believe that God is fighting your battles, this community is for you. Subscribe now and become part of this movement of faith and spiritual protection. When you subscribe, you're not just supporting a channel. You're joining a growing army of believers who pray, intercede, and stand firm together. Before you leave, do 3 simple things. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next prayers and spiritual warfare sessions. Like this video to help this prayer reach others who are silently fighting battles right now. Write in the comments, God is fighting my battles for me. If you have a prayer request, leave it in the comments. Our community reads, our community prays, and God responds. Stay connected, stay covered, stay grounded, and remember, you are not fighting alone.